Hello, hello. Where am I looking? Hello, hello, it is I, Cheese Louise, and today we're gonna play some more The House in Fata Morgana, aka Fatamoru. I don't have anything else to say on this screen. Let's go. Whoa, I'm a spooky ghost, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Should I look like I know? Anyway, where's the game? Come on, game. Come on, pop up. There we go. There we go. Remember, kids, this game's rated M for mature. There's lots of bad things that happen in it. If you're a little baby child, do not watch. Do not watch the bad events that will unfold. The game recommends headphones. I'm not sure how much that's going to come through if you're watching the stream instead of actually playing the game. I mean, I assume it all comes through the same, just with my lovely voice on top of it. Oh, maid. Oh, no, not oh, maid. Oh, white hair girl, you've never done anything wrong. Never, never, never. Oh, I just love you so much, white hair girl. You've never done anything wrong. Whooshy, whooshy, whooshy. That's maid talking. That's not me. Inspect your memories is load, I assume. Yeah. Oh. Pig Iron Manor. Let's go. That era was a rat race of innovation and development. Ooh, I like this music. I like the BGM. It's good. The smoke was so thick you could hardly see more than a few feet ahead of you. I could compare it to a dense morning fog, but that might give the impression of beauty, and there's little of that to be found in this haze. Do you see the silhouettes of several men in the smoking room? The one in the middle, the one looking in your direction, master, was the present master of the house. Hey, I know this guy. I shouldn't. He hasn't appeared in the game before now, but I know him. The stream's named after him. Unless something messed up. Let me make sure real quick that all my streams are named after him. Yeah. So I guess disclosure on this. I believe I've seen this scene before. I read through it with some friends on Discord. So my apologies if something's supposed to surprise me here and it doesn't. And I believe I voiced Jacopo in it, and I gave him an Italian accent, but I don't know if I want to do that. Should I? Someone tell me. His name is Jacopo. And though he dressed in such fine attire, I sincerely doubt he understood how splendid the furnishings left in the mansion truly were. So is Jacopo the new master of the mansion? I am a faithful servant of this house, and I would not for the life of me dare speak ill of my master. Oh, well, there you go. However, this is a time long past. I'll definitely speak ill of past masters. Oh, I hate those guys. Not you though, master, you're great. I imagine God would be so kind as to turn a blind eye to a little bit of honesty. I was not terribly fond of my master back then. He had wavy hair, the color of overdried tea leaves, a piercing gaze, an arrogant smile, and he wore a hat that made him look rather haughty. He put his trust only in money, renown, and rank. He loved only the iron and steel that had revolutionized so many industries. So I haven't read this whole door, I've just read like the next couple of scenes. He had not the slightest bit of love or care for other people. At the very least, that is what I believed at the time. Take a look around the room, master. Jacopo had remodeled it into a recreation area. A billiards table sat in the center of the room, and the downward-facing lights hanging from the ceiling were special made. Sorry, I suddenly became very paranoid that my desktop audio was not on, and that everything was muted and no one told me. Real fair when you have dead chat. Real fair, real fear, real fear. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. The light shone upon the dark green stand like its stage. Cigars and bourbon, line glass cases installed in place of bookshelves. Ooh, that's not where cheese would want to be. Ugh. The cases were always fully stocked, and their contents available to partake of readily. At that particular moment, as he had many times before, JacoPo had invited several friends and acquaintances, and they were entertaining themselves. His wealthy, high-ranking acquaintances had a variety of hair colors, from polished breasts to the brown of a baby robin to the color of sunburnt wheat. Alright, so I've noticed this game is kind of obsessed with hair color. A little bit. Like, we can see the characters, so we can see what hair color they have. But the narration always feels compelled to describe their hair color, and sometimes their eyes. It doesn't really describe anything else about them. Most of the time. Yeah. It's symbolic of something, I don't know what. There's also much greater variation in skin tone compared to the visitors and residents of previous era. Oh, well that's good. Diversity. But that was hardly any surprise, for the mansion sat upon land inhabited largely by immigrants. The New World. The mansion moved to North America. What's the matter? What's the matter? What are you looking at? Okay, alright, I'm gonna give him an Italian accent until someone tells me to stop. Nothing. I just thought I heard someone say my name. Ain't no one there, unless you're seeing a ghost. Wait, was that the same acquaintance? I don't know. I don't believe in such nonsense. It's an old house with a long history. Wouldn't be surprised if they had a ghost or two. But if the place is gonna be haunted, I'd take a princess over Bloody Broad any day. What? A prince? Why am I bothering to give acquaintance 1 and acquaintance 2 different voices? They don't matter. A princess, eh? And when she showed up, you'd have your way with this ghost lady, am I right? Color me surprised, son. You jump her bones and she don't even got any to jump. What? Come on now, that's hardly fair. Not much you can even do with a ghost. Why are we talking about doing it with a ghost? My god, are you men or children? That's what I'm saying, JacoPo. This is my house, and I would rather you didn't talk about it like that. Just the blatherings of a couple of drunks. Pretend you didn't hear nothing. For the love of God. In any event, whatever happened to that printer you invested in? I haven't heard the name come up in some time. Can we please avoid that topic? It's been quite the headache for me. Why am I trying to give every character an accent? I can barely manage one accent. Why am I trying to juggle them? Jeez. I thought it'd pay off, but it always sounded sketchy to me. I'd recommend you pull out unless you want to find yourselves with nothing left but a nice fat pile of debt. Sorry, I thought I saw a yellow box out of the corner of my eye, but it was in fact a green box, so it's not something I need to worry about. You could have mentioned that beforehand. Ugh, this is killing me. The men's deep voices resonated in the cloudy room. As they imbibed... I feel like I've googled that word before. Imbibed alcohol and puffed their cigars, they conversed mostly about business and money. JacoPo and the rest of the men were a breed known as investors. The worst kind of breed. You might also call them tacticians. They survived on information attained before anyone else, by making swift decisions and having foresight. Resist all the Smash Bros references in your head, cheese. Just because they're talking about tactics and foresight doesn't mean you need to reference Robin and Mithra. You don't have to do it, cheese. Though instead of flesh and bone, their soldiers were made of ink and paper. To an outsider, this meeting might appear to be a congregation of friends, but in reality, they were observing one another, gathering information, and anything else they could use to get ahead. At times, money and information were exchanged directly. And when they were no longer of financial value to one another, their relationship would pop like a bubble and dissipate into nothing. But you know, Jacopo, you can't be sure the railroad you're so passionate about is gonna bear fruit neither. You don't even know if it'll get finished. And even if they do connect the tracks, will it really be in any shape for people to ride? So I think the first time I read through this, I didn't realize they were in North America. So I didn't know they were talking about the Transcontinental Railroad. You know the one. That's what it's called, right? The Transcontinental Railroad? The big one that goes across Freedom Land? It's a pipe dream. Oh, that is what it's called. It's right there on the screen. This Transcontinental Railroad of yours. Jacopo went silent, but I am certain this is what was going through his head. You're a bunch of damned imbeciles if you can't see the entire country's put their weight behind this endeavor. This is why you have so much trouble making even a few thousand. At the time, a great railway was being built across the breadth of the continent. Construction was spearheaded by two large rail companies, in competition for both prestige and bigger share of this massive national enterprise. No, it's too early to forget how to read, cheese. Keep going, keep going. I know you're distracted mentally, but you gotta focus on the game, cheese. The Union Pacific Railroad Company started building from the east. East is supposed to be capitalized, I'm pretty sure. East is always supposed to be capitalized. And the Central Pacific Railroad Company from the west. West is also always supposed to be capitalized. But government bonds alone were not enough to finance this massive undertaking. By the way, there have been some less than pleasant rumors about workers dying on the job for the company you chose, Central Pacific. Ah, you mean how they're using explosives to blast through the mountains? Making quite a bang they are. But if it gets to be much bigger of a fix, they're not going to be able to continue construction. You should have at least put your money in more to be... You should at least put your money in the more sure bet of the two, the Union Pacific. It'll cost you to hire replacement workers, and if they keep kicking the bucket, you're gonna have more trouble finding more. What? Why can't I read? Hang on. Let me shake my brain loose here. Sit up or sit tonight. Focus, cheese. My goodness. And here I thought you all had spines. What happened to my hair? Do you like it? I styled it this way a couple weeks ago. I've been going back and forth though. Also, hi first and last, it's been a while. You don't like it? Oh, well, that sucks. You think we're gonna run out to work just because a few ate it? Ha, there's so many we don't even know what to do with them all. There's not a chance that well will dry up. It is going quite good. How are you? And if by some chance it does, all we have to do is scoop up a ship full of blacks or yellows. Okay. I was only reading the dialogue. It's a bad line. Don't be racist, kids. You won't get anywhere if you spend your time worrying about a few measly laborers. You're in great pain. Had to paint a room, still sore. Ah, well, it's like that. What color did you paint the room? You won't get anywhere if you spend your time worrying about a few measly laborers. This is an endeavor backed by the entire nation. Their deaths are honorable in service of their country. Gray? That's kind of boring. But I'm sure you did good. I'm sure you did a good job of making it a nice shade of gray. The biggest loss is not of people's lives, but of time. The longer a project takes, the more money it costs, and the less profit we make. What we seek is rapid progress, even if the methods to obtain it are messy or deadly. Did alright? Got a lot on the ceiling though. Oh. Well, professional painters, they usually if you're painting like a corner, they tape off They use masking tape. That's what masking tape is for, after all. But they use masking tape to cover the part that they don't want to paint. So you should have did that. I know, too little, too late. A little on the carpet. Well, that's no good. Hopefully you can clean it up. Or hopefully it doesn't matter. What we seek is rapid progress. Oh, I already read that. Got some dot dot dots. What'd you miss? In this game? Well, in door 1, there were some fanciful Victorian siblings, and the sister was really in love with the brother, but the brother was pretty oblivious, and then this other girl showed up, and the brother liked her, but then it turned out she was also his sister, so then the first sister went insane and like cut her hair off, and it was a bad time. And then in door number 2, there was a guy who thought himself a beast, and so there, we're in like this magic mansion that like grants masters wishes or something, and his wish was for people to keep showing up so he could kill them and eat them. So it turns out he was not a beast, he was just a guy that people are racist to. But then after that, it turned out he didn't just turn into a monster because people were racist to him, he was just always been a monster and a terrible human, and sad times were had. And now we're on JacoPo time, which I am told is the worst time of all. The other men in the room chuckled uncomfortably at JacoPo's distasteful choice of words. Do you agree with his way of thinking, Master? Perhaps he does have a point. In that great sacrifices is necessary to accomplish great things. Racism against monsters is justified. Okay, but he wasn't a monster, he was just Japanese. But he was also like a terrible, terrible human being. Not because he was Japanese, but because he did terrible, terrible things. It was a interesting perspective on like amnesia and who he was as a core, the core of his humanity. But it turns out the core of his humanity was hot garbage. So, bad times were had. Many died. And it is true that tragedy often lies in the shadows of the splendor of times long past. Japanese monster, what's the difference? Okay, come on, first and last. There's lines you can't cross in chat. I don't want to have to time you out. It is true tragedy. Furthermore, the way people see the world changes with the times, so I hesitate to criticize them so severely. That's true. Back in these times, it was more okay to be openly racist. So, like, you can't hate someone too much for being racist back then. Because, like, that was the norm. That's how they were taught to think. It's still not a great thing, but, like, you know. Now, as I am sure you have already picked up on, he was an investor who had put money into a railroad company. You'll not comment on it? That's probably wise. I mean, I'm cis white male, so I'm not allowed to say anything about anything. So, you know. I mean, I'm a ferret. I'm not even human, so don't even bother me with that. He also possessed several crude oil refineries, riding on the world's second wave of industrial development. The mansion too bustled with life in a way it never had before. Dozens of maids, including me, gardeners, chefs, sculptors, artists. At times we even had writers coming in and out of the house. There was rarely a moment of silence. However, I was not terribly fond of the hustle and bustle, personally. But please do not get me wrong. I'm hardly opposed to the mansion being cheerful. Oh, by the way, first and last, I've resumed Doki Doki Blue Skies, and my next stream is on Sunday, if you feel like tuning in for that. I also think I've changed my time of day that I stream since the last time you were here. I start at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time now, instead of 12 p.m. It was just, how should I put it? The splendor of the time seemed superficial, heartless. Think you might for a little while? Yeah. Well, if you can't, that's alright. No obligations. The splendor of the time seemed superficial, heartless. Finally got a job starting Monday, can't stay up too late. That's fair. I also have a job on Monday, but I don't have to be there until 3 p.m. So, you know, I can pretty much stay up as late as I want. I mean, if I go past 7 a.m., then I'm pushing it a little too hard, but you know. It was as though everyone was being rushed along by some unknown invisible force. Part of it was, I expect, caused by the growing divide between those standing at the top and sitting at the bottom. Or perhaps the mansion was simply taking after its master. There's no time to waste. Everything is resting upon the success of this project. Whatever it takes, I will ensure it happens. I need the more money and more power. Suddenly, a restrained knock on the door stopped his train of thought. From beyond the door came a woman's voice, gentle as a soft spring breeze. Pardon me, I've made some tea. May I offer anyone a cup? When the door opened, in it stood a beautiful woman in pure white hair. Alright, white-haired girl is back. Okay, I'm gonna admit, because I read this scene first before I actually started this stream series. And I was really curious how she would transition from life with the flaxen-haired family into becoming JacoPWNT's wife. But Door 2 taught me that they're just different white-haired girls, but they're all called white-haired girl, and they might all be the same person. I'm not really sure. There's definitely a big stretch of time between them, so she's definitely magic if they are the same person. So yeah. Alright, so I called first white-haired girl Belle, and the second one I just started calling white-haired girl. Part of the white-haired girl hive mind. True, actually. What should we call this one? She has roses in her hair. But we'll keep up the naming scheme of just starting everything with a W, so we'll call her Woes. Yes. That's her name, and I'm sticking to it. And everyone cringed. Are you surprised? Or did you not anticipate her to appear? Though she was not the same age and dressed differently, the white-haired girl whom you saw fall into the hands of misfortune in the era of roses and the era of the beast was also present in the era of innovation. Furthermore, she was JacoPWNT's wife. T, I don't recall asking for that. When were you asked to make it? I wasn't, but I had these leaves with the most wonderful aroma, and I thought you might enjoy. Shut your trap and know your place. What do you think we have all these maids for? Check. Okay. Ah. My throat demands a hydration check. Oh no, I didn't fill my water bottle before I started. Oh well. Ah. It's okay. I can fill it later if I have to. Hey now. No need to... Oh, that's not JacoPWNT. Hey now. No need to treat your lady like that. She's just trying to be courteous. These are my personal affairs. Please keep your comments to yourself. His friends were unsure how to react, but ultimately nobody stepped up to stop JacoPWNT. They merely shrugged, tossing glances at one another. Base JacoPWNT, you know, somehow I'm not surprised that you like JacoPWNT first and last. Somehow I'm not surprised. JacoPWNT stomped over to Woes. He then grabbed her by the arm and dragged her from the den. What the hell do you think you're doing? I've told you time and again to stay away from that room unless absolutely necessary. What can I say? Gotta respect a man who dresses like that. He is dressed very nicely. I respect his outfit, for sure. But I don't respect his nose. No respect on that nose. Relax, he's not Jewish, he's Italian. I can disrespect his nose. I'm sorry, but, I made tea and... Shut up about the tea already. You think we're having tea parties in there like a bunch of prissy nobles? You never know with them. True. Well, Jacopo, if you are Jewish, I'm sorry about your nose. But assuming you're not Jewish, haha, your nose, though. I'm sorry. If you really feel so bad, don't go in there in the first place. Get the hell back to your room. Room. I don't know. I meant no harm. It's just, I'm your wife. I thought it would be nice if I could do something. Like I've told you, that's not your job. Don't show yourself in front of other men. I've nothing else to say to you. Bah. Got it, Nostram. Sakes alive, first them, now you. It's driving me up the wall. What is it? I told you to get out of here. Right, but, What? When will you spend time with me next? Based holla Jacopo? Oh yeah, don't show your skin to other men. It has been some time since we last went out together. But we don't even have to go out. Just having dinner together would... I interrupt you with my ellipses, somehow. That's just how much presence I have. How many times are you gonna make me repeat myself, you worthless tramp? Are those ears only for show? Well, you can't really see them. I guess they're there a little bit. Go back to your goddamn room. Room. I don't know why room destroys my Italian accent. My apologies. Looking utterly downtrodden, woes made her departure. Looking wait, gosh dang it, I can't. Hang on. Such a piteous sight she was. As he watched her go, Jacopo merely snorted. Just thinking about the way he behaved then angers me. I have little fondness for men who do not treat their spouses with respect. So as you can see, Woes was hardly a joyous situation. Okay, Maid, you really gonna come that hard down on Jacopo when you were narrating about Bestia and you're like, he was alright. He murdered a lot of people, but you know, it was okay. Yeesh. Oh, but first and last, the narration is done by Maid, who is our maid, who has a name, but we don't know it yet. So we just call her Maid. She was devoted to Jacopo and tried to do whatever she could for him. But he not only brushed her aside, he did so in an insulting, deliberately hurtful manner. They were far from picturesque partners. Do you wonder then, Master, why she married him? The answer to that question will come to light in time. For now, let us follow her. I'm still gonna keep complaining that this game loves its ellipses way too much. There's way too many ellipses going on. Looking down dejectedly at the undrunken tea, Woes walked down the corridor. Though its calming scent filled the air, there was nobody around to have their heart warmed by it. Nor was there anyone to alleviate her loneliness. Despite being the master's wife, the maids who crossed her path in the halls said nary a word to her. Senyao. I like this BGM. As a matter of fact, poor Wolf of Woes, indeed. Oh dear, I beg your pardon, madam. It's fine. One even bumped into her, stifling a laugh as she trotted off. The trot. The thought. In all likelihood, she had done it intentionally. The poor white-haired girl, who had fallen to the floor, stared helplessly at the broken cups. The tea she had made for her husband was forming a stain in the carpet. The maid's behavior towards the mistress of the house was absolutely unacceptable. Nonetheless, it was commonplace, all because of the way Jacopo treated her. The more the man of the house acted cruel to her, the less weight her position as his wife held to the servants. Day in and day out, the maids worked busily, offered little opportunity for leisure, so they would naturally have accumulated quite a bit of stress. Woes has to assert her dominance. You're spelling woes wrong. It's W-O-S-E, not W-O-E-S. It's like rose, but it's woes. And she became the target for them to let off this steam. Not directly, but through more subdued kind of harassment from the shadows. Woes, what's the difference? It just makes me confused about what you're saying. That's all. But I guess if it's capitalized, then that's the important part. I'll turn on dyslexia and it'll fill in the gaps. She must have felt quite miserable. I imagine she would have been better off as one of the maids. On the surface, and in front of others, they showed respect for her as Jacopo's bride, but behind closed doors, they acted very much the opposite. The disparity between the treatments she received around others, the treatment she was supposed to receive at all times, and the way she was actually treated made the abuse that much worse. Too bad she's a stupid white-haired girl and they're not allowed to ever complain about anything, so she's not going to do anything to, like, fix her situation. Stupid white-haired girls. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Ilias Phil. No. You don't count. Ilias Phil, come back. Oh, I made my waifu mad. Dang it. I was talking about Fatamoru white-haired girls, not all white-haired girls. Obviously, Ilias Phil von Einsburn is the best of all time. Come on. Base cheese. And furthermore, as you have seen through the other doors, Master, she was a very reserved young woman. She could neither raise her voice, nor reprimand, nor raise her hand in retaliation. I have to get this cleaned up. She extended her spindly fingers towards the shards of shattered porcelain. Shards of shattered porcelain. Say that 5 times fast. Ah! But even the broken cup seemed to have no concern to spare for her. Its shattered edge cut her fingertip when she made to pick it up. Well, that's very rude of you, Cup. You should be more considerate and not cut people. Even though you just got destroyed. A trickle of warm red blood ran across her unearthly white skin. As painful a sight as it was, it had a sort of taboo beauty to it. The blood spilling from her fingers showed no sign of slowing down. She clenched her hand into a fist, let out a sigh, and went back to collecting the shards of porcelain. No, woes! You gotta take advantage. I mean, if you accidentally cut yourself, then you know, get a little tasty, get a little elixir of blood. It's just me. Just no. just a little blood. Just taste a little bit, and then put a band-aid on it. Just a little bit. Look, as long as the cut was on accident, then you can taste all the blood you want. Those are the rules. But when she did... Madam! What's the matter? Ah, madam, you're bleeding! This girl, I remember this girl. And I was wondering when the heck she was going to show up in the flaxen hair era, but she never did. And now I know why, I guess. While all the other maids ignored her, one came running over, shouting to Wose's side. You're not Natsuki Sayori, or Monica is showing. What's her name? No, cutting bad. But if you happen to be bleeding, then just give it a little lick. Just a little taste. That's all I'm saying. See, I don't have to worry about it because I get bloody noses all the time, so I can just taste it like that. You hock a loogie while you got a bloody nose. You get a bunch of blood in your mouth. Tastes good. No, bruh, no. We need to get that cleared and bandaged up. Oh, you don't need to pick that up. That's not your job, madam. It's alright, Maria. There's not much to pick up. It's not at all alright. And the rest of you, why are you just standing there? Your boss's wife is on her hands and knees, and you're not even lifting a finger to help her? You disgust me. But, Maria, it's fine, really. Oh, madam. I gotta say, she does not give off Maria vibes. Okay? Maria is like dainty. She's got strong butch energy, I'm just saying. Oh, madam. If you weren't so timid, this wouldn't happen. You're allowed to yell at them, you know. It's alright, really. It's my fault. Anyway, we should get that finger taken care of. Bit too gung-ho about being a minion? Yeah. I mean, I feel like most maid and butler characters are like super devoted to where it's like, are you even a real human with your own life? Or do you only exist to serve? Let's get you back to your room, Kay. But the broken cups and the spill. As I said, that's the maid's work. Now, come on, let's go. Oh, okay. And the rest of you, get this mess cleaned up. It's respectable in some cases, I guess. I don't know. Like, media portrays them as, like, not having 40-hour work weeks, but they instead have, it's 24 times 7. They have 24/7 work weeks, you know? She roared like the wind in a thunderstorm. The other maids stood there dumbfounded, watching as she and the white-haired girl disappeared down the hall. But they were soon frowning and grumbling to one another. She thinks she can act all high and mighty just because the master is fond of her. Of Maria? The woman's name was Maria. She was one of the maids. And she was the one person in the mansion Woes could think of as an ally. Though her husband paid her no mind, and the maids made her life miserable. Just one person, Maria, treated her with respect and kindness. And I am sure you can readily imagine just how much of a lifesaver that was for her. I too found myself somewhat relieved that Maria was there for her. Maria sleeping with Jacopo, calling it? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But I have a feeling that that perhaps someone else will be sleeping with someone else. You know what I'm saying? But that could also be the case. It's hard to say. Being a servant of the house, I was also one of the maids working there at the time. Haram? You know that's not how you spell harem, right? Being a servant at this house, I was also one of the maids working there at the time. However, I was unable to involve myself to any great degree in her fate. Why? This meant that there was little I could do to assist her, even in times of pain and unpleasantness. The best I could do was pray that Maria would continue to lend Woes her hand. And that does it. Thank you, Maria. You're always such a big help. Oh no, no need to thank me. I just did what any good maid should do. No one else in the room, no one else in the room, you know. Oh, right. Then I can drop the act. Man, I just can't get used to all that talking all stuffy. Haram is an Arabic term meaning forbidden. Oh. That's interesting. That haram and harem are so close when haram is forbidden, but I mean probably not nowadays, but like older Arabic culture was like, yeah, harems, get them. In the Quran, the word halal is contrasted with haram, so halal is like good or not forbidden. Gotta read up on your Islam. True. I'm out there doing my best, but the head maid's still spouting stuff like, your manner of speaking is improper for a servant. Every single time we meet. Yeesh, come on, just shove it, would ya? You're a damn creep. No, you mustn't speak of her like that. Sorry, slip of the tongue. I have no idea what my voice for Maria is. I don't know. She just kind of gives me the willies, you know? Speaking of, you dropped the stuff you talked to, madam. Kinda awkward if only one of us is acting casual, you know? This is normal for me. If I attempted to talk like you, I would freeze up out of nervousness. This is my casual. My business casual Friday. Fair enough. Guess that's what happens when you're raised well. I do like her wink. She has a good wink. I like it though. It has a very regal feel about it. I don't think my upbringing is the only factor. But you know, upbringing is important. Worth a whole lot more than money, I'd say. But money is how you do a good upbringing, sort of, to an extent. It plays a factor. It factors a role. It rolls the dice. Stop your words, cheese. I suppose. Thank you, Maria. You're always so compassionate. You betcha. They don't call me Virgin Mary for nothing. I practically bleed compassion. Eh? You know, that might be true. You could very well be the reincarnation of the Mother of God. No. You're supposed to laugh at that. It's just embarrassing if you take it seriously. Alone in the white-haired girl's room, Maria was acting much more friendly and relaxed as they conversed, as opposed to her no-nonsense attitude in the hallway. The two women were, as you can see, quite close. They had crossed over the walls separating master from servant and built a bond of friendship. At some point, they had begun to speak frankly with one another when no one else was around. Maria was the only person in the mansion whom Woes felt comfortable being open, with whom, around whom. I imagine she very much enjoyed these moments of conversation. You wish to know who the head maid was? My. Are you sure you want to ask me that, master? Hehe. Some questions are better left unasked. For your own good. What? Maid, you are being needlessly cryptic right now. Like, you could just say a name, just like, oh, it was Frances. She did it. It was her. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Unless it's Michelle Bollinger. Hey, Lucky Bucky, how's it going? How's your evening? I have to say, madam, you have the prettiest fingers. Mine are all rough and dry and nasty. You think so? Mine haven't the slightest bit of muscle. They're about as frail as dead branches. Oh, who needs beefy mitts anyway? I still think healthy-looking hands like yours are far more attractive. What's to like about these things? Women all over the world dream of having hands like yours. Slender, feminine, and perfectly cared for. I don't know, just looking at them lights a fire in my loins. Eh? Makes me want to lick every last one of them. Oh, okay. You could say they're finger licking good. Actually say, can I lick them? Okay. I think it's okay to go. Can I? All right. Can I run my tongue up and down all 10 of those sweet little digits? Okay. Come on, can't I? What do you say? We'll have a finger like an adventure. Stop that, Maria. Seriously. Don't lick my fingers. Actually, what the hell? Aha, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Unless... Oh, Maria. Ah, right. How did those tea leaves turn out, madam? I know I was talking about, like, licking the blood off her finger, but... Come on. It's too much. It's too much. The ones you... How'd those tea leaves turn out, madam? The ones you imported? All the maids just adore it. They can't get enough of that aroma. I'd surely like to get a taste of it. If you, end up with extra, you think you could spare a sip for me? Teehee. Ah, that was in the cups I dropped. What? Really? Well, ain't that a crying shame? And Jacopo wouldn't have any of it? God, why does that man have such a stick up his ass? We went through all the trouble making it for him and... he was busy. It's not his fault. Busy? You mean playing billiards, drinking bourbon, and puffing a damn cigar? What's wrong with Jacopo? Doesn't he like tea? I thought you were standing Jacopo first and last. It's less about the tea and more about he had an opportunity to be a douchebag, so he took it. It may look to us like they are just making small talk, but I'm certain their meeting has some importance to their business. It was imprudent of me to try to step into the men's world. You stand nobody. Not even Cheese Louise? Come on. You gotta stand me. You gotta. That's just not right. I mean, you're his wife. Why shouldn't you be allowed into the room? It doesn't bother me. Stop being so pure and innocent and not letting anything bother you. Fight back. Only Cheezette? What, so like a girl version of me? Don't tell her I said that, though. What? Anyway, it doesn't bother me. You don't have to pretend. Here's an idea. How would you like to have some of that tea now? We could also have some orange marmalade, which you'd like to which you like so much. Add a scoop of that and a tray of cookies, and we have the perfect tea time. You're singing like a siren song, madam. Blah. That sentence didn't agree with me. But you really should be doing that with him. It's an aphrodisiac tea, after all. He would not have tea. I suspect he does not like it. I don't want it to go to waste, so... Madam, I know it's none of my business, and I have no place to say all this, but... It's not impossible for a woman to file a divorce these days. What year is it? It's like the 1870s or something? 1850s? I don't remember when the railroad was being built. Bruh? What are you brunning about? You don't have to sit down and take it, not one bit. You're pretty, well-educated, and still young? Aram. To be fair, I mean, it hasn't said this yet, but it was an arranged marriage. So, I don't know if you would consider it too sinful to not want to be in an arranged marriage. There's hope, even if you do leave him. There are plenty of other men out there. You aren't obligated to stick with that arrogant jerk. He's just very busy right now. There you go again! Do not want to be in it? Not sinful at all. Oh, but you have to stick it out because your parents decided. Whatever. We're still very firm. Whatever. I mean, personally, like, I don't know. Like, I never want to get divorced. But, I mean, who does? But still, like, if it's what you gotta do, you shouldn't be overly timid about it. You just gotta do it. There was a time when he was kind of old. Vows are until death. Yeah, unless they're vows that you didn't want to make and you had to do it because your parents made you. And there's also, like, the perspective of, like, you know, you're not the man I married. I made those vows to the old you, and you're not even the same person anymore. I don't even want to... Bleh. I don't know. That's just a perspective, though. I've never been in those shoes, so what do I know? There was a time when he was kind. Er? He wasn't like this when we first met. Back then, he was a little awkward, but a kind man. Him? A kind man? Then don't make them. True. Yeah, when I get married, I'll make sure our vows are adjusted so they don't say until death do us part. It'll say, you know, until you get sick of each other. And can't stand it no mores. Yep, I'm sure my fiance will appreciate that. I'm not based at all. Yes, believe it or not. There was indeed a time. Say, Maria, would you mind giving me a little bit of your time? I'll make some tea and we can talk. Alright. If you're telling me about when Jacopo was decent, I'm all ears. Indeed. I gotta say Maria? Okay, well she's gone, so we can't look at her anymore. I like her face, but I don't like her hair. I don't like this super short hair, but she's got a pretty face. As I am sure you're aware, our parents arranged our marriage. Before I emigrated to this country to be married, I lived in a misty island nation. Portraits of my ancestors hung in the house where I lived. I remember as a child wincing in fear at the sight of them staring down at me. My mother and father were constantly telling me to show them respect, as it was their hard work that kept our bloodline alive as well. And well. Hydration check. Alright. I need to refill my water, so statue mode, go! I returned from Statue Land with water. Yep. That's the lore. That's the hashtag new lore. My mother and father... Oh, I already read that. Welcome back. Thank you. It's good to be back. However, they were fighting an uphill battle to do the same. Just glancing at my bitrate, making sure it's still looking green. It would have been clear to anyone reasonably perspective that our house was coming tumbling down. Valuable furniture and paintings slowly disappeared, and eventually the portraits were gone too. As our house collapsed, so too did my parents' health deteriorate, robbing us of any source of income. Though I was educated, I lacked the skills necessary to obtain work. Just as we were about to run out of money and options, my parents received Jacopo's parents' marriage's proposals. You could have rephrased that sentence to, let's see. Received a proposal from Jacopo's parents or something. Like, you don't want to string possessives together like that. Both of our families stood to benefit from the arrangement. I had social status, and he had wealth. We each had what the other lacked. One needs more than money. One needs more than money to make it in the world. Without at least a semi-reputable name attached to you, you're liable to get left out of most social gatherings. I first met Jacopo here, in this country. We didn't even know what the other looked like until our wedding day. To be honest, I was scared to death at first. I was so nervous. What kind of man would he be? Was I to be wed to some middle-aged stranger? I thought it said middle-aged streamer for a second. I was like, whoa, what? Is this game getting weird meta on me? I'm not middle-aged, though. I'm still young. I'm still young. Getting excited. We were not marrying because we had fallen in love like a normal couple. I knew I was in no position to be concerned without such things. But when I thought about our future, I shook with fear. But the man I saw through my veil at the wedding was remarkable. He was young, had strong masculine eyes. Masculine eyes? And at the same time, he too appeared nervous. He was shaking as much, no, even more than me. Seeing that, the priest gave an impish little smirk when he asked Jacopo if he vowed his eternal love to me. I counted myself among the happy, and I still do. For in that moment, I experienced true love. With Jacopo? You wanted to hear about when he was kind to me? Well, after the wedding, we were given a week to ourselves. I suppose you could call it a honeymoon, though we didn't take a trip overseas, or even go very far at all. He looked at me with uncertainty, not unnecessary, uncertainty, and asked, "Can you teach me how to doogie?" Where would you like to go? I beg your pardon? That's what this week is for, right? I'll consider granting your request, so tell me where you want to go. This is all so sudden. Does he only wear that one suit? I mean, if you had that suit, wouldn't you wear it every day too? She's wearing the same dress as well. Humph, nothing. Well, this whole engagement was spur of the moment. Normally, we would have planned a trip in advance. But unfortunately, our purpose is served as long as we act the part. You must be disappointed to have a plan in your honeymoon as it's happening. Truly can afford more than one suit. Well, hang on. Cheese theory time. So this is his honeymoon, right? So this is the first time he's worn this suit. So now in the future, every time he wears the suit, it's because he's remembering his lovely honeymoon with woes. Yeah, that's why he always wears the suit, because he wants to remember. It's why she always wears that same dress as well, because she also wants to remember the honeymoon. Because they secretly love each other, and it's not an unhappy marriage. That's my cheese theory. Let's watch it fall apart. No, What? Speak clearly. I don't like it when people don't speak of their mind. What does he wear on laundry day? Probably just the hat. I'm sorry. But I'm happy. Even if this is a political marriage. Well, you're quite the positive thinker. Your parents say something to make you think that way. Well, either way, if you're so glad to be in this arrangement, then hurry up and decide on a destination. But there is a limit to how far we can go. If you want to take a trip, I'll consider it. What? Is something funny? It just seemed comical to me that our honeymoon has begun, and we're only now deciding where we want to go. Not in a bad way, though. I'm glad our parents didn't arrange everything for us. Perhaps you've heard, but I am quite sensitive to sunlight, and not in the best of health. So, at least you're not blind, like the last white-haired girl. So, it would be rather trying for me to spend a full week out of the house. Hippity-hoppity, my time until midnight is your property, Yellow Scythe. Welcome to Fatamoru. We're reading about Jacopo. I'm told he sucks a lot, though he doesn't suck that much yet. Aside from being, like, rich and disregarding human life and being racist. Okay, so he is pretty bad. But he hasn't done anything bad especially terrible yet. So it'd be rather trying for me to spend a full week out of the house. We couldn't go on a trip, but if it's not too much trouble. Sounds kind of sucky. Yeah, I'm told Jacopo's the worst. But so far I think Beastio's kind of the worst. So Jacopo has a pretty high bar to jump over. Except for rejecting the tea. True, he did reject tea as well, which is unforgivable. Actually, I'm not that big on tea. I mean, I'll drink it, but... Speak up! Could you show me around town? I'm new to this country and unfamiliar with its customs. And I'm rather afraid to go wandering about on my own. Show you around? Yes. Would that be possible? Humph. On a rare bit of time off, you asked me to show you around town. Is that really the most exciting idea you have? I'm sorry. If, there's somewhere you would like to go, I am fine with that. I will accompany you anywhere. Here, there, anywhere. On a box with a fox. As if I could drag someone who just professed to being sickly all over the country. My God, I've lost all interest in the trip. Hello, what are you doing? Go get ready, now. I beg your pardon? Didn't you want to see the town? You will show me around? You're the one who asked. Not like I have any other options, so yeah, I'll show you around. How you doing, Scythe, by the way? You having a good night? You have a good week? Don't just stand there, you dullard. Get a move on. Sick of tea? That's like being sick of breathing. From Uncle Iroh. Oh, I didn't read the first quote first. Sharing tea with a fascinating stranger is one of life's true delights. Yo, Iroh is such a great character. Doing okay on vacation? Nice. Oh, summer vacation. You're probably in school, huh? Hello, Santiago. How is your evening going? One moment. Wait for me, please. Who was your favorite? Yeah, Iroh's pretty dang good. I'd say my favorite character from Last Airbender is probably Aang, though. He's got a really good character arc, and he's just funny. Way better main character than Korra. Oof. Big oof on that. Neither confirm nor deny. Alright, that's fair. You don't have to tell me if you're in school or not. Can you do Smash? Not right now. I'm doing Fatamoru. But, if I end the stream early, maybe I'll do some Smash. One moment. Wait for me, please. He hurriedly climbed... Oh, this is narrated by Woes, not Maid. He hurriedly climbed into the carriage he had called for, a look of frustrated displeasure on his face. And then, as if he had forgotten about me until that moment, he returned, grabbed me by the arm, and led me to the carriage. Iroh's the main reason you drink tea? I get that. Uh, I often like find myself preferring certain foods once a character that I really likes them. Like pretty much every time I buy donuts at the grocery store, it's because I think of Shinobu Oshino and I'm like, "Oh, she loves donuts, so I have to buy donuts." Oh, she probably does a lot of Smash. I mean, he's so handsome. Hmm. Not gonna read into that, but thanks. No, don't you know, Scythe? Smashers are notorious for being ugly and smelly. Have you ever been to a Smash tournament? I have. Although, well, the ones I've gone to don't actually have people that are that smelly, but it's a running joke among the Smash community that just tournament goers don't shower. I shower, though. I shower before tournaments. In retrospect, I realized he was not being very gentlemanly. But I was pleased that he was making any attempt to interact with me at all. The smelly smells. They smell smelly. Yo, actually, so I was visiting my friend's house and he had some pet ferrets. And it's the first time I'd seen another ferret in a while, at least seen like a pet ferret. And I was sniffing them just because ferrets are known for being smelly. It's like, they're not that smelly. Not, like, they don't smell that bad. But when I got home, I realized that the ferret smell was just, like, stuck in my clothes. I was like, well, it's a good thing that I'm gonna wash these clothes and take a shower before the next time I go to my sister's house, because apparently that smell terrifies rabbits to death, and I don't want to kill her rabbits. Are you violating your keyboard? No, it's horses. It's horses clopping down the street. Sorry to hear about the state of your people. No. See, I'm a slightly different race. I'm a ferret person, but they were just ferrets. It's a little bit different. So it's all right. People are allowed to have pet ferrets. What are you doing? The girl asked, stopping to smell the ferret's cheese. Replied matter-of-factly. You know, I gotta sniff my fellow ferrets. It's just, you wouldn't understand. God. You're not a ferret. I wouldn't expect you to get it. As the carriage trotted down the streets, I saw so many new things. I had spent most of my time cooped up inside at home, so I was like stepping into an entirely new world. I like that terminology though, Scythe, violating your keyboard. I'm gonna use that next time Evie's typing up a storm in Discord. Because my goodness, can you hear her typing? Not me though. I can type as much as I want, and you can't really hear it. See, that was me going nuts on the keyboard, and you couldn't hear it. They done got sniffed. True. They sniffed me too. I posted that picture. I posted a picture on Twitter and on Discord of I was holding one of the ferrets. I think their name was Squishy, and they were really intent on sniffing the inside of my ear. Like they were going at it. Of which you have neither. Oh, I suppose I could throw it on the screen here. Hold on. Uh-oh, problems. Problems are had. How do I open... No, hold on. I can do this. I want to do it the easy way, but, No. Oh, no. You don't mean to interrupt the stream? Nah, it's alright. I'll show, because... I mean, I suppose I should, like, open a stream with it instead of having it an hour into whatever, you know, part 3 of Fatamoru. But I should have it on stream sometime anyway. Because I bothered to make the content. I just, Goodness, where is it? Oh, that's not what I want. I'm fast and good at navigating my own libraries, I promise. Oh, that is very large. Excuse me. See, look, I was holding it, one of his ferrets, and she really, I'm not sure if she was sniffing my ear or trying to eat my earwax or what, but yeah. And this one was not of an actual ferret, but I did buy a ferret plush. And just there's me holding it. It's shiny. I need to come up with a name for it. I've been cuddling it a lot while he's asleep. And she needs a name. I don't name my other plushes, but you know, shiny fur is kind of special, so I think she needs a name. So firstly, you became a mod? Wait, what? So cute. Ferret best mod. Hey, Lucky Bucky. I thought you left. Can't believe I expected an actual photo. That is an actual photo! What do you mean? Chelsea? I don't know. One of my old internet friends was named Chelsea. So that's kind of weird. I don't want to do that. And add to the rapid industrial... Oh, I completely lost track of the story. Ferret! Ooh, that's pretty good, Pikachu. It's Pikachu! Ferret's not bad, actually. I might have to think about that. And to add to the rapid industrial advancement currently taking place, I saw men shouting back and forth as they smacked newspaper articles with the backs of their hands. I saw corner cafes crowded with cigar-smoking men on break from work. Hang on, I think... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, I think I have an actual photo to show you. Wait, maybe I do. Hold on. I just gotta go find it. One of your old online friends named Alex the Nut. Blah, 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 blah. That didn't stop me from naming my hamster after him. Well, you see... It's the fact that it's a plush that I cuddle with while I sleep. That's why I don't want to name it after an old online acquaintance. Because that's weird. Like, it's really good. It's really good to hug. Like, it's kind of small in my hands, but like it's about as wide as like my cats were. And I like to cuddle my cats while I was sleeping. So it's a good like it's a good like thin body to squeeze, if you know what I mean. Ferdinand von Iger. It's a girl. I'm not gonna name her Ferdinand. Hang on here. Oh, that doesn't work. Franz Ferdinand. Oh, did you say that first? No, you didn't. Clara Oswald. Well, Clara might be a good name. It reminds me of my cat. My old cat was named Chloe. So, maybe name her Clara. That's a thought. Anyway, I'm adding a browser source right now. There. There's an actual photo first and last. There's the 3 ferrets. I forget which one is which, but their names were Angel, Squishy, and... Oh god, I forget the third one. Well, 2 of them are named Angel and Squishy. Cheese hand? I never said that was my hand. It could be someone else's. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not that's my hand. They look like large, long rats. Yeah, because they're ferrets, and that's how ferrets look. We also appreciate the term snake cats. Cat snakes. I saw corner cafes crowded with cigar-smoking men on break from work. It was like the hustle-bustle of a festival. But every festival has its underside. You didn't get the reference? Oh, is Clara Oswald a reference? Gavrilo Princip? What are these names you're throwing out? But every festival has its underside. I also saw overworked men, looking like they're on the verge of collapse, drinking water from a spigot on the side of the road. By way of contrast, I wore fine clothing and had carriage at my disposal. Don't be fooled, though. A ferret will eat a rat. A ferret will kill and eat a rat. Because ferrets are, well, I think they're omnivorous, but ferrets are primarily bred to be human companions as mousers. So they'll kill rats and mice and other rodents, and they'll also kill rabbits, even though they generally tend to be smaller than rabbits. And like I mentioned, rabbits are scared to death of the smell of ferrets. So I had to make sure I had to wash that ferret smell off before I went near my sister's pet rabbits. Because ferret person stink does not scare rabbits. Only pet ferrets. Gosh dang it, guys, you don't know the lore. You didn't watch my debut stream. Gosh dang it. I imagine every day was a struggle for them, just to remain afloat. Married the man I had, I too might have found myself on the streets in a similar situation. Oh, it's a Doctor Who reference. I see. Well, I wouldn't name her Oswald, but I might name her Clara. But it was not relief that spread through my breast at the sight of them. It was pangs of guilt. It felt to me like a life of opulence was wrong, sinful. It broke my heart to know I was living so much better than them. Jacopo snorted disapprovingly at me, seemingly reading my mind, and then said, "Had your rat in your closet once, made eye contact, had to go to school." What? Oh, you had a rat. Like, not a pet rat, but just there was a rat. Huh. That reminds me. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is not related to anything, but it reminded me. So when I was young, my family had a lot of pets. We had up to 5 cats at once and 3 dogs. And our cats were like all related except for one of them. The mother was Nala, and she had like 2 separate litters, and from each litter we kept one because we were not responsible pet owners that spayed and neutered our pets. I was 5; it wasn't my fault. It was my parents' fault. And we kept a cat from each litter. So we kept Jenny and we kept Chloe. And then a couple years after that, Chloe had a litter of kittens. And we kept one from that litter, and she was named Patch. There's also just a stray that just started hanging around our house one day, so we decided to adopt them, and we named them Oliver. Yeah. But one day, Oliver and Patch both ran away. We assume that they ran away together. I don't think that they secretly died and my parents just lied to me about them running away. Are these cat people where you're from? No, they're just cats. They're cats because they're pets. You don't keep people as pets. Not even cat people. It's just strange. I don't care what Nekopara tries to normalize. It's just weird. I had a stray by your house a couple days ago. It was digging into a bird corpse. Yeah, they'll do that. Anyway, Patch and Oliver disappeared. And I was really distraught because I loved Patch so much. Chloe and Patch were my little babies. But years later, when I was in college, I went to college in the same town that I grew up in, which is not the town that I lived in most of my life, or the town that I live in now. But I was in that same town, and I was walking to school, and I saw in someone's yard there was a cat. I swear to God, it looked exactly like Patch. It looked so much like her, even though it had been like, 10 plus years since the last time I seen her. And all, you know, all of our other cats were still alive, so why wouldn't she also still be alive? Oh, you're asking if cat people exist? Of course they do. Just look around Twitch. You can throw a rock and hit a cat VTuber. I saw her, and I tried to motion to her to like, hey, come here. It's me, it's Cheese. Just come, let me give you a little petsy. But she just kind of was like, oh, stranger danger, and kind of walked away. I was like, dang it, I'm late for class anyway. And I tried to like go back the same route when I went home from school that day, and I didn't see her anymore. And every time I went by that route, I never saw her again. But like, I think it was her. And man, if I had that moment of like, she came to me and let me pet her, I think I might have like, not then, but like after school, I might have like knocked on those people's door and be like, hey, so that cat was actually mine from when I was like 8 years old. Can I have her back? Please? But alas, I like to think it was her, just to know that she was still doing well. Even if I didn't get to have her again. Should have just took her. No. Yeah. Anyway. Alright. Story time's over. The poor man who envies the rich, covets his wealth, and finds the ambition to make the same for himself, and the rich man who pities the poor, thinking it his duty to give them offerings of philanthropy. To me, the latter is far more nefarious. Excessive charity will ruin a man, make him come to expect handouts. Oh my gosh, when I was reading this with friends... Oh, this is JacoPo reading it, not him. Not woes. Let me try that again. The poor man who envies the rich, covets his wealth, and finds the ambition to make the same for himself. The rich man who pities the poor, thinking it his duty to give them offerings of philanthropy. To me, the latter is far more nefarious. Excessive charity will ruin a man, make him come to expect handouts. When I was reading this scene with friends, I followed up with like, give a man a fish. And everyone was like, what? What does that expression have to do with anything? How is this not give a man a fish? That exactly give a man a fish. Alright, we're all familiar with give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you'll feed him for a lifetime. We're all familiar with that? If you give a man a fish, then he has a fish. If you teach a man to fish, then he gets his own fish. How is that not exactly what this is? I was mad. I was mad. Gotta get higher IQ friends. True. It's like, oh my god. I was very frustrated. And then there are those with the wrong idea of pity, who let themselves fall down to the same place, mistakenly believing it will somehow make the poor feel better. What a joke. If you're doing anything for them, you might as well encourage them to climb upward. Oops, skipped a line. Spur on economic growth and the flow of capital. Doesn't that sound like the better option? I say nothing, simply smiling and giving an ambiguous nod. He had a point. My sympathy and guilt meant nothing to people actually experiencing hardship. Buy a man a plane ticket and he flies for a day. Toss a man out of a plane and he flies for the rest of his life. That's pretty good. I like that. Starting to wonder about that nose. Yeah, me too. Oh, gosh dang it. I know what you mean by that. Gosh dang it, first and last. No, not me too. I do not agree with your sentiment. If, feeling guilty of my own fortune, I acted upon that pity in the way he had described, it would accomplish little more than self-satisfaction. He seemed to have seen straight through to my very core. This was a man who had built his own fortune through investment, which I imagine required him to be rather astute. But doesn't a world where everyone is constantly trying to climb higher and higher sound rather exhausting? I personally would prefer to be in a position where I could watch, if only from a distance, as others climbed. But obviously, I could not say as much to him. Yo, how much delay is there on YouTube? YouTube. I just feel like a lot of Scythe's reactions are delayed. YouTube. YouTube, baby, come on, reconnect. Twitch is still connected. We're doing good. Interesting. Okay, well. By the way, okay, we're gonna get real meta. We're gonna get real meta here for a second, chats. I would just like you to know that when the chat is active, both Twitch and YouTube, they feel more compelled to try to share my stream to other people to watch it. So the more you guys talk, the more viewers I'll get. Usually. Even if it's just people popping in, that's just how it is. So, you know. Talk. Do it. Talk. I mean, don't spam or anything, but just, you know, talking is appreciated. Sometime later, the carriage came to a stop in front of a shop. As I looked at the building perplexedly, he gestured to the door with his chin, signaling for me to get out. What kind of man points with his chin? Lost and confused, I stepped down from the carriage, and below me spread a showcase behind a large glass window. However, lined up in the case were not precious metals or expensive clothing, but machines. At first, I had no idea what kind of devices they were. Have you never had your photo taken before? No. I've had a portrait painted, though. Are these machines for taking photographs? A portrait, eh? Look at that smug look. I don't like 'em. Why am I not surprised? I did not mean to boast. Go on, get in. That's it. Never mind. Please wait. Wait for me. The owner came out to greet us with a wide smile as we entered the shop. Maybe YouTube isn't delayed. Sorry, I don't mean to make fun of your response time, Scythe. I just thought YouTube might be delayed. But it seems to be fine. Although, it does have, what's it called? DVR enabled, so you might still be behind of your own volition. But the actual stream itself seems to be up to time. The owner came out to greet us with a wide smile as we entered the shop. Well, if it ain't the strangest thing I've seen all day. You bringing a lady, and a real looker at that. Where on earth did you catch this pretty little thing? She's my wife. Oh. Huh. Well, I beg your pardon. I'll be a monkey's uncle. Just goes to show, you never know where the cards may fall. I don't know what this voice is. You make it sound like getting married is some kind of miracle. My getting married. I always thought you just wanted to choose money over love, sir. Oh, pardon me, this isn't appropriate. This isn't appropriate to say in front of your wife. Do you come often to the shop? On occasion. I need some things from time to time. I see. Wow, I asked chat to talk. To make algorithms go yay, and you all go silent. Just to spite me. Wow. Chat hate me so much. I just want to talk to him and be my friends. No, you're fine, Lucky Pucky. Just making a jape. There you go smirking again. I get it. You're quiet because you want me to progress the story. You're busy getting your baguette. Nice. What are you going to put on your baguette? Cheese? Cream cheese? Cottage cheese? Ricotta? Shredded cheddar? What are you putting on it? There you go smirking again. What's so funny? Not just a baguette? What? You gotta put stuff on a baguette. You're a simple man. That you are. We're going to have our photo taken, yes. I'm so nervous and excited. I've never had one before. And to have it taken side by side with you. What are you talking about? We're taking them separately, you dumb bimbo. Pardon? Who said we were getting our pictures taken? And side by side, please. You're sending shivers down my spine. My body's aching all the time. But this is a photography shop. Hey, shopkeep. The product I contacted you about is ready. Oh, yep, sit tight. It'll be right out. Yeah. You take a seat. There's a chair over there. What? I'm going to show you something much more exciting than sitting still and waiting in front of a camera lens. What time period is this? I believe it's the 1800s. I'm not very good with the timeline of world history, but Jacopo's investing in the Transcontinental Railroad in North America, so that should give you a good idea of the time period. But me, I'm bad with world history and numbers and such. I'm going to show you something much more exciting than sitting still and waiting in front of a camera lens. At least this specific scene is in the 1800s. The other doors were on door 3. The other 2 doors were, like, further back. Like, I think there's, like, 50 to 100 years between each door, so... Oh? Just do as I say. Oh, okay. I sat down in front of a large mirror, which I presume was normally used to check your appearance before having your picture taken. Sitting before a mirror with someone else present was quite nerve-wracking. Really? Out of embarrassment, I dropped my gaze to my knees. But when Jacopo returned, I was entranced by the curious object in his hands. Hang on, I need to check something real quick. Please don't make noise. Don't make noise. Okay. Just curious. Oh. Ah, yes, I remember the CG. Jacopo, what happened to your hat? It got much smaller. Your hat no longer fits your head as it did in your portrait art. Also, your face looks cursed. But what happened to your hat? Looks like the railroad happened around the same time. Oh, if Italy was unified? Wait, was Italy... Boy, I'm showing my ignorance. Was Italy not unified? What is this? Do you know what the persistence of vision is? Eh? The human eye does not perceive the world 100% accurately. Everyone knows the camera subtracts a few inches from your hat. That's pretty good. The human eye does not perceive the... Oh, I already read that. Not until the 19th century. Same with Germany. Oh, well, I mean... Sorry, they didn't teach me European history in high school. And I certainly wasn't going to take it as an elective in college. So, yeah. You can blame the Freedomland school system for only teaching me about Freedomland history. Well, I know a little bit Japanese history, because I'm a weeb like that. Just a little bit, though. But history is so fun. But it's not fun to learn in class. No matter what MC Kun says. Although I suppose I could probably devote some of my YouTube watching time, instead of watching fun factoid videos about video games, I could probably watch some history videos. This is especially true for objects in motion. It remembers images for a short time, so if you put a new image in the same place, your eye perceives it as in motion. You like history is just hard to memorize dates and stuff? That's what I'm saying! Like, I'm terrible with just fact. I'm terrible with bullet point memorization, especially if they seem unattached to each other. That's not my strong suit. Ugh. It remembers images for a short time. Oh, perceives it as in motion. Seeing for yourself will be faster than explaining it. You see the little slits in the disc? Look through the bottom one and into the mirror. Okay. Good, just like that. Bring your head in close. Right next to the slit. Here goes. Standing behind me, he slid his fingers across the top of the peculiar toy, causing it to spin gracefully. And then... Ah! Do you wear a bow tie in real life? I mean, look at me. I mean, if you're asking if I wear a bow tie when I'm not streaming, not really. But, of course, I mean, I'm wearing it. Do you not? Do you not see? Ah. So, what do you see? They're dancing. A man and woman are dancing. Sounds like you're not having any trouble seeing it. Are they dancing well? Yes, they are. It's the most adorable thing. What? Adorable? That's funny. I asked to have it modded after a ballroom dance. Yes, it's a very elegant dance. Imagine unironically dancing. That's what I'm saying. I only dance ironically. That way, when people point and laugh at me, I can say, it was just a joke. So thank you for appreciating my punchline. It was a joke. I wasn't trying to be talented or fun. Just like real life. But you see, they're small, like little dwarves, which I thought was kind of cute. And they seem so close, going around and around, without ever letting go of each other's hands. Still silly and deserving with mockery when ironic? Yeah, but you see, you can play it off when it's ironic. Like, I was just doing it ironically, so I don't even care. Should never be done unironically. Just like dabbing. Do not dab unironically, or I swear I will punch you in your shin. Right in your shin I will punch. This is incredible. Why does it look like they're dancing? They were all lined up in a row a few moments ago. Goodness, I just explained that to you, you dumb abroad. It's playing a trick on your eyes. What you're seeing is lots of different pictures in a short period of time. To put it in words you might understand better. Have you ever watched ballet? It's just ridiculous. No, ballet's really hard though. Like ballerinas, they train so hard to actually do what they do. What is this thing you call dancing? All I know is following my arms and legs around like a madman. I mean, that's how the kids do it these days. Not that I've ever been good at dancing, but... It's an illusion. Your eyes are being fooled into thinking the image is moving. An illusion? But they're dancing. They really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? Are you sure there isn't a tiny man and woman trapped inside this device you've given me? To me, it does not seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing. That's how it works. That's the point. You're so stupid. You're so stupid, mamma mia. I've only ever danced under duress. Yeah. I tried to dance at my high school prom. Thing is, I didn't really have any girls I wanted to ask to dance with me, so it was mostly solo dancing. I do remember, oh god. There's one time in junior high, or middle school, whatever you want to call it. There was a dance. Like, you can probably tell. I'm not the type of ferret who went to all the school dances or whatever. I basically only ever went to prom because, like, you have to. I mean, you don't have to, but I decided that I had to. But there was one dance in junior high that I went to. And gosh dang, I think I asked like 3 girls to dance. And they're all just like, nah, nope, nah. And then I was like, well, my life sucks. And so then I decided to ask a teacher to dance. Which, to be fair, she was a pretty hot teacher. She's like, yeah, sure. But then I got too focused on my footwork because, like, they teach dancing in gym class or whatever. So I was pretty much just staring at my feet the whole time that I danced with her. Which, in hindsight, she probably thought that I was looking down at her boobs the whole time. I wasn't. I was looking at my feet. And that's the sad story of why Cheese Louise never went to another dance besides prom. Bruh. Yeah, well, that's just the type of life I live. It's alright. Reach out your hands and try to grab them. You won't be able to. Rip young Cheese. Well, thank you. Ah, you're right. That's a shame. I didn't think you actually would. But it's the most precious thing. They look as though they're dancing atop my palm. Not my pain. They're dancing on my pain. I was memorized by the strange phenomenon. Pictures were moving, after all. Still images had begun dancing before me. It was almost as if God had breathed life into them. He had called it an illusion, but I could not grasp that. I was such an adorable, heartwarming sight. Imagining the two were off in some other world, separated from our own. They looked so happy. You're dancing on my pain. Jeez, 2021. Thanks. Oh, please don't. I mean, that's a good quote. But please don't adopt that Xeno chat thing of quoting everything. Not everything is quotable. But that one is. I was almost certain they were off dancing in their joyous world. Free from all the sorrow and loneliness and pain of this one. Eventually, the speed at which they danced began to slow, as if they were resting their legs. I almost thought I could hear the sound of their feet with each step. Not everything is quotable. Cheese 2021. Yep. I asked for that one, didn't I? Ah, they've stopped. They can dance forever. They don't get tired. They're not freaking real. I see. I'm amazed such an incredible device exists in this world. It makes me wish I had gone outside sooner. I'm sure someone from a distinguished house as yours has seen plenty of amazing things with your family. Hardly. I rarely ever left the house. I'm ignorant about the ways of the world. If you had not told me, I would have probably never known about moving pictures. The illusion of moving pictures. Do you like it? Yes, of course. Oh, what have I done? I clicked away, that's what I done. How long have they been married? I don't know. They look the exact same, so I imagine it's only been like a year or two. I mean, in this scene it's their honeymoon, but in this... Because this is a flashback. But in the other scene, I think it's been like a year or two. Keep in mind, like, as far as this stream goes, I've only met these characters today. The previous 2 streams did not include these characters at all. So, where's the kids? Well, they don't like each other, so, you know. I don't know. Maybe she's preggers. It's hard to say. Also, not everyone that gets married has to have kids if they don't want to. Although I suppose this is back in the 1800s, so there is definitely that expectations of, where are your dang kids? Make babies now. Don't gotta like each other to make kids? That's true. What's the point of getting married then? It was a political marriage. Jacopo's family wanted influence. They wanted the family name, and Wose's family wanted money, which Jacopo had. More than the portrait you had painted. Yes, yes I do. The painting was wonderful too, but... You can't seem to make up your mind. Go on, tell me. Which do you like better, the portrait or these? I like this better. I see. He looks somewhat pleased. Though when it comes down to it, this is a simple trick only a child would fall for. You dumb child wife, you. Then, I suppose that makes me a child. If it means I get to watch something as splendid as 2 tiny people dancing, I'll happily fall for the trick. Quit describing it as 2 tiny people dancing. You're going to lose your head that far up in the clouds. Oh, I'm sorry. I do not know how else to describe it, though. It's a toy called, phenakitoscope. Phenakitoscope, yep. Phenakitoscope? Phenakitoscope. Phenakis wheel. Phenakis wheel? Close enough. It was invented around 30 years ago. This has been very wholesome so far. What'd she do wrong? Yeah. Oh, trust me, I don't know if we'll get to it today. Terrible, terrible things are gonna happen to these 2. I am absolutely sure of it. Horrible things will happen. I had the shopkeep make one modeled after the original design. Although I have a feeling Woes won't do anything wrong because, White Hair Girl seems to be a bit of a Mary Sue. She doesn't really have any flaws at all. She's just soft-spoken and is nice to everyone and never does anything wrong. And it's just a victim. It's kind of a Mary Sue so far. Maybe that'll change. Thank you, Nightbot. Nah, pretty weak and pathetic. That's 2 flaws. I mean, I guess she has physical flaws, but she doesn't have any personality flaws, which is what makes her a Mary Sue. So far, at least. So the shop owner drew this? He did. A lot better than you'd expect, isn't he? Yes, indeed. I'm surprised he could draw something so cute. Say that to his face and he'll go red as a beet. Bah. What I'd give to get a load of that. You should tell him the next time you see him. He's a sweet man. Despite how he looks, you mean? It's not right to judge people based on their appearance. Well, okay, game, if you're gonna do something like that, then you actually have to show us what he looks like and not make him a faceless voice from off screen. Ha, I'm just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. I just call everyone ugly. You were talking about her personality. Yeah, I guess. I guess you could call her overly timid, and that's a flaw, but... eh. The shopkeeper here loves new technology. The phenakidoscope is one such invention that caught his eye. You can trick the eye into thinking drawings are moving. Using a sequence of photos, you can perhaps make it seem as though real people are moving too. And if it becomes possible to show these images to many people at once, these developments could be broadened to options. Could broaden the options artists have to express themselves. Nah, just plain weak. How are you gonna let her help walk all over you like that? What? She's the lady of the house, gotta assert dominance. Yeah. Not drawings, but photographs? Yes, photos. By taking hundreds, perhaps thousands of photographs, it would be possible to reproduce the world as we see it. This room, people walking down the street. There's no point in recording boring everyday life, though. If you're gonna leave a record of anything behind, it should be the projects and enterprises that move nations, like Cheese Louise Streams. Say, for example, a moving record of the opening ceremony of the railroad. That would be something worth watching. Hang on, I'm gonna statue mode real quick here. Mop. Old footage of boring everyday life is pretty cool, though. Yeah, that's true. But it's only cool in retrospect. It's not cool in, like, while it's current. Ah. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to go use some mouthwash because I was still tasting the garlic from my dinner. I had to get it out. Bah, 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 bah. And then, in time, it would expand beyond the mere record-keeping technology and find its way into the hands of artists. Is such a thing possible? You must remain still for a long time just to take a single photograph. Right now, it isn't. But eventually, it will be. And I'm not simply fantasizing here. Is that so? It sounds very futuristic. But... do you want to support people who work on that sort of thing? Is that why you are friends with the owner? It has nothing to do with my wants. I merely think there's money in it. The rich starve for entertainment, and artists create that entertainment. I have no interest in their pretentious self-expression. I just want their money. I'm a JacoPWNT. What? What's so funny? Don't you dare think I'm human. I just want money. You look like you're enjoying yourself. Honestly, it's just about the money. I don't know, I thought it'd be a cool project to film a bunch of random locations in a city, interview a bunch of random people there over the course of a year, and edit that together, capture the texture of the place. Yeah, that'd be cool. Go for it. As you say. Alright, let's get moving. Next is dinner. What? We're leaving already? Does that displease you? No. Not at all. To tell you the truth, I wanted to spend a little more time playing with the Fanacus wheel, but I could not bring myself to save as much. Reluctantly, I approached the owner to return the wheel. Don't bother. Bring it with you. What? But... If you don't want it, that's fine too. Just make your decision quickly. You're making the driver wait. Having said that, Jacopo exited the shop. I altered between looking at his back and the Fanacus wheel, debating what I wanted to do. And then, with a smile, the owner whispered to me,
You're allowed to keep it, really. Your husband out there had made it as a gift for you.
For me?
A little while back, he came into my shop asking if I could make a phenakitoscope. Now that about knocked me out of my chair.
Am I reading that right? Phenakistoscope. Oh, I was leaving out the S. Phenakistoscope. Yeah.
He's a man who almost never asks for favors. He's pretty damn brusque. He's got his tongue sharp enough to cut steel. But he's not wicked to his core, I swear it. So please, ma'am, be a pillar of support to him.
Okay, Mr. Shopkeep Man. Whatever you want. In that moment, the Fanacus wheel became a precious treasure to me. Oh, I've done it again. I keep doing it. We'd only just married days earlier. And yet he had commissioned it for me without even knowing what I looked like. I was filled with warm, pleasant elation. I agree with the owner. Jacopo was not a bad man. Eating peanuts can feel your throat swelling slightly. Might be allergic. Gonna keep eating them. Okay, try not to die first and last. If it becomes difficult to breathe, kindly discard the peanuts and cease eating them. He merely had difficulty expressing himself. He was what we call a tsundere. Hurrying back to the carriage, I gave him my deepest thanks. He glanced over at me for a moment, then turned back toward the window and muttered, "Yeah." From there, we went to a restaurant for dinner. Oh, you guys couldn't hear that, could you? Was it quiet enough? Oh my goodness, okay. You call this pizza? The crust is an atrocity. It's like I'm chewing on rubber. Thank you. How can you wave my country's flag and not serve spaghetti? Have you no shame at all? This wine is pitifully unbalanced. Far too high levels of acidity. Listen to me carefully. The house wine is the face of a restaurant. I'm gonna transfer YouTube delays pretty bad. I mean, you could probably just refresh, I think. But wherever you want to watch. Make sure you smash that like button. Oh, I did it again. I keep doing it. Delay is fine for you. Yeah, I think it's probably a local internet thing, and you just need to refresh, but it doesn't matter. He complained about every little thing. It was a complete disaster. Too late, you're already here. That's alright, Lucas. Lucky Bucky, whatever. Wherever your name appears, that is what I shall read. But curiously enough, I was not at all put off by his behavior. When the sun set, the carriage made its way to a nearby hill. That's because you'll love literally anyone, white hair girl. You'll love Bestia, who's like murdering people non-stop. Goodness. When the sun set, the carriage made its way to a nearby hill. The cool nighttime breeze felt wonderful on my skin, flushed from the alcohol, and light from the gas lamps that had a comforting warmth to it. Though Jacopo had complained about the quality of the wine, once he had intoxicated himself, his mood improved visibly. It made him unexpectedly talkative. Do people really care about the taste of their alcohol? Isn't the whole point just to get drunk? I mean, I can't deny that serial murders are pretty Chad. No. No, they're not. First and last. It made him unexpectedly talkative. Look out at the city. Look, I'm just gonna keep doing my normal Jacopo. I can't do drunk Jacopo, so it's just gonna be normal. Look out at the city. A gloomy town that shuts down at night isn't suited for expansion or growth. But the city isn't like that. You can see people walking beneath the lamps, and you can hear the bustle of them talking. People demand drunk Jacopo. No! Stop it, the people. Stop demanding that. You can hear the bustle of them talking. I can do drunk slur, but not with an Italian accent. I gotta pick one. Not that whatever. This is a city that has plenty of room to grow. As they ride the rising wave of economy, many, many more people will gather here. Give the people what they want. Vox Paloopi? Vox Day? What does that mean? No, you're telling me to do it, but the fact is I simply cannot. Just do it! More people means more money in circulation. The more money in circulation means the city grows, companies are founded, and more goods are bought and sold. Will it really change so drastically? The voice of the people, the voice of God. Oh, that's what... Oh, okay. That's an interesting chant. It can be difficult to see what's happening from inside. The majority of people just go about their daily lives. The next thing they know, things are different. No, I'd wager most don't notice the changes at all. Only those with eyes sharp enough to realize what's happening can see success. Bup. I cannot afford to overlook even the most minute change. Do you have a dream of some kind? A dream? I'm not sure it's easy enough to attain to call a dream. Aren't dreams supposed to be hard to attain? Others might call it greed, or perhaps ambition. Don't laugh now. My intention is to make the world mine. The world? Yes, the water. Flipping out, tip. Don't worry, we'll be back. If this is functioning the way that I believe it is supposed to. Let's see, what time is it? 9:10? Okay, I need to remember that. Okay. Okay, we're back to green. Everything, YouTube is going to start experiencing a massive delay because it keeps all the footage, I think. But now it's delayed. No, I'm back first and last. I'm back. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna have an angry chat with Streamlabs later. Should call you Chazarus from now on? What? Why? What? No, not stream finished. The YouTube stream is supposed to resume the same stream, not start a new one. I hate... Gotta read up on your deep Christian lore. I didn't do an uppo, it was Streamlabs. Streamlabs did it. Ah. Well, at least I can send them a response that says, yeah, I did all the things you recommended, still crashes for no reason. So please either fix it or refund me my money, Streamlabs Prime. You sham. Ugh. Sigh. You give them money? Because if you want a simulcast, you have to pay someone for it. And I opted to choose Streamlabs Prime, which, in hindsight now, was a very poor decision. Because it doesn't work. Now I gotta change the new stream. I mean, on the one hand, I'm gathering conclusive evidence. But on the other hand, I just wish it would stop happening. So yeah, I may be demanding a refund from Streamlabs Prime later, and I might go back to streaming exclusively on Twitch. I thought maybe I could try all the tricks and make simulcasting work again, but it is not to be. But whatever. Let's just... Okay. Because I want to change my country. Imagine. Your country? You are aware that I, like you, am an immigrant, right? I emigrated from an island in the Mediterranean, though not the same island as you. My country is a peculiar place where candor and violence go hand in hand. As a whole, the country is on the poor side, and if nobody does anything about this, I am one of but a few of my fellow countrymen who has his sights set on the new world. The YouTube plebs don't matter anyway? Well, here's the thing, first and last. I am actively deciding not to accept Twitch affiliate, because part of Twitch affiliate means signing a contract that means you're an exclusive streamer. Contrarily, to my knowledge, the best way to grow as a streamer is not to exclusively stream on Twitch, but to stream on as many platforms as possible. So if I could get Twitch and YouTube running at the same time, I wanted to potentially also start streaming on some other platforms. Like apparently Facebook is a good place to do it. LinkedIn, surprisingly, is a good place to stream on. What's another one? Vimeo? Like... You know, but if it's not gonna... Yeah, I know LinkedIn doesn't really make sense, but it's a thing. I mean, maybe not for gaming streams, but for like other types of streams. But yeah, I want to simulcast to a bunch of different places if I can, but if I can't, then I guess. But well, it's not me that says so; someone else said so. I forget who it was though. Anyway. Or maybe I just want an excuse to not sign the affiliate contract, because, I mean, granted, you can become affiliate and then just decide to unbecome affiliate, so it's not like you're locked in for the rest of your life or anything. I don't know. I don't want to. Oh, I suppose that's another reason to not become affiliate, is because... What does it do for me? That's a good question. It allows people to give me money through Twitch, which is kind of dumb, because currently people can just give me money anyway. There is a little tips link down in my about page on Twitch and in the description on YouTube. But if they do it through Twitch, Twitch takes like 30-40% of it or whatever. But for whatever stupid reason, people are just more inclined to give the money through Twitch than through your non-Twitch thing. So people can subscribe and like give you bits, even though bits are kind of a joke. And it lets you make your own emojis, and you get more based on, you know, your statistics and all that. But the downside, real big downside, is that now that you're monetized, Twitch is going to start playing commercials on your streams. And true fact, people come into a stream that they don't know too much about, they see a commercial, they're just going to leave. They're just going to leave. They're not going to stick around and try to learn what it's about. They're just gone. And you know what? I don't want to make people watch commercials for my streams. I just want people to watch the streams. Besides, I get what? Like 2 cents for a commercial view or something? If that. It's not worth it. It's only worth it when you're up in like the thousands of viewers. Which, believe it or not, I am not there yet. Anyway, enough meta streamer talk. They are falling far behind other nations. If I find success here, perhaps it will catch their attention. But if it doesn't, then my country is doomed to collapse. You have much love for your homeland. ... My feelings are a little more complicated than mere love. But that's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Well, I'll have to remember not to get myself drunk around a woman again. Oh. Thank you for the donation, first and last. Oh, I mean, someone who isn't first and last donated. Thank you, someone who definitely is not first and last. Forget everything I just said. It's about time we head back to the house. That wasn't you. I know, it said not first and last. I wonder who it was. Alright, but what is it? Is it alright if I provide you encouragement as you try to attain your dream? Don't you freaking dare! Don't you dare try to encourage me. I know my presence is more likely to be a hindrance, but I would like to be there to watch as you trek forward. I suppose. Do as you wish. She's so annoying. She hasn't done anything. Why do you hate everyone? Thank you. You have my support then. No wonder Jacopo hates her gushing. Darling? Sends a shiver down my spine. Body's aching all of the time, though not an unpleasant one. I'm glad to have you as my partner. People know what I'm quoting, right? When I follow send shiver down my spine, body's aching all the time. People know, right? It's not even obscure. I was, without a doubt, happy then. His smile, the things he said, the Fanacus wheel he gave me, they were all undeniably real. Not really. It's the lyrics to Bohemian Rhapsody. By Queen? Come on. And those memories give me the will to wait. For the day things go back to the way they were. Yeah, it's in the first segment of it. Send shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time, mama. I forget the next part. For the day things go back to the way they were. I have a feeling that's not going to happen, woes. Mama, ooh, Didn't mean to make you cry. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born at all. Carry on, carry on. Oh, that was very flat. I'm not I'm not I'm not warmed up for singing. Don't judge me. They allow me to believe. The house in Fata Morgana. Oh my gosh, I have to replace my YouTube chat within OBS. Hang on. This is definitely a pain to do. No, I'm fast. I'm fast. I'm doing it. There we go. Clap, clap, clap. Oh, don't patronize me. It was off key. She heard a sound in the middle of the night. Alright, so disclosure. This door, up until now, I've already read. I read it with friends. But from here forward, should be all completely brand new to me. A sound like dripping water. At first, she thought it was raining. So she looked through the window, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky to cover the stars. Maybe it's a faucet, she thought, so she stepped out of her room and into the corridor. Compared to her room, it was unearthly chilly. The maid regretted not bringing someone to cover herself with something. Are you sure you're not on key and that's the song that's off key? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Now, if I were singing Dead Mouse, then it'd be a different question. Because Dead Mouse songs always sound like they're off key. They always sound like they don't know what notes they're singing. I said Dead Mouse, right? Not Iron Mouse. Dead Mouse, Dead Mouse. I don't like Dead Mouse. Oh, really is? Terrible makeup plus 5 o'clock shadow combo and the lead singer. Hey, that's... What's his name? That's Freddie Mercury. You can't say that about him. That's Freddie freaking Mercury. Why not? 'Cause they're a very talented singer, for one, and for two, I think they might be dead, but I'm not sure. But that didn't make any sense. Normally, the temperature wasn't that much colder outside her room. Her night clothes had always been more than enough for a trip to the lavatory. Wondering what the reason could be, she made her way toward the sound, but then she realized something. There were no faucets in the direction she was going. Rather, she was headed towards a hall. The mansion where she served had many halls, but this one was off at a far corner of the house. The least used hall of them all. Freddie Mercury gets stuck in a slide and calls out for Mama. What? Is that like a random YouTube video or something? That's what that sounds like. Anyway, let's go down this least used hall of them all. It had a high roof, but not a lot of space, so it was difficult to make good use of. Why are these question marks? Is this not the maid narrating? It also had somewhat heavy air to it. A very curious room. Or is this dialogue? It seems to be framed as dialogue, even though it's clearly narration? It's the kind of place you might assign someone to clean as part of their hazing. You know, you've lost track of the story. That's fair. And also, you don't really even know what the story is, first of all. But that's fine. Anyway, when the maid realized the sound was coming from that particular hall, she, as you might expect, let out an uncomfortable sigh. Yeah, definitely what I would expect. I was gonna guess uncomfortable sigh, yep. But there might be a leak, and having noticed, she couldn't simply ignore it, you know. So, as much as she hesitated, she pushed pushed open the door to the hall. There was nobody there. It didn't like anything was leaking either. Oh, don't tell me that Jacopo is also a serial killer and he's like draining the blood out of people or something. Please don't tell me that. Look, door 1 didn't have any serial killers. Why do all the rest of them have to? There were no puddles or water stains anywhere to be found. But she could still hear the sound. Trip, trip, getting louder and louder. Why do you stream so late now? Because I kept being late to my stream time. Because I didn't wake up early enough, and that doesn't really happen anymore. Like sometimes I'm a couple of minutes late because I'm messing around with OBS, and it's giving me problems when I'm supposed to be starting. But yeah, I was being late too often, and also there's just more people. I think more people are just able to watch it this time of day. Or at the very least, people are more thinking about, I want to watch a live stream around this time of day. Of course, I'm thinking about mostly the Pacific to Eastern time zones, not really thinking about European or Asian time zones. But yeah, that's why. Yeah, but it's inconvenient for you personally, so you should change it back. Oh, it sucks to be you first and last. Slowly stepping further into the room, looking left, then right, then left again, she searched for the source of the sound, coming to a stop in the center of the hall. I mean, if you specifically want to watch me in the afternoon, there's always the VODs on YouTube. But something tells me you don't really care about watching the VODs, and you just want to harass me in the chat. That's all you want. Slowly stepping further into the... Did I already read this? Looking left, then right, then left again, she searched for the source of sound, coming to a stop in the center of the hall. You live for harassment. Oh, I know you do, first and last, but it's okay. It doesn't bother me. She stood still there, quiet, and then a chilly spot on the nape of her neck. With a little yelp, she reached back to feel her neck, but it wasn't wet. Oh yeah, first and last, you missed like... You missed all my endings in Natsuki Route. You missed like everything. You should actually go watch those. Like the last 2 streams? With a little yelp, she reached back to feel her neck, but it wasn't wet. Confused, she slowly, warily tilted her head backwards. And there hung a bloody skeleton from the ceiling. Dun dun dun. Took a break from the internet for a few weeks. That's fair. That's probably healthy to do. I'm not going to do it, but it's probably healthy. Gah! Yeah, I had a feeling... I know I was questioning it, but I had a feeling it was just Maria telling a ghost story and not something that was actually happening. Bah! That's rich, amazing, oh my god, you scream like a little girl! Maria, you little... My god, are you men or children? This is my house and I would rather you didn't talk about it like that. Whose words were those again? Shut your mouth! How would you know about that? Were you eavesdropping? And another thing, I do not care for the sort of stupid, fantastical tales you women love to pass around. Because they scare you? You've never been able to handle anything scary, Jacopo. Grrr. Well, don't glare at me like that. You're gonna destroy my sides. Lost all respect for Jacopo. What, because he got scared by a ghost story? Yeah, it wasn't really that scary of a story. Oh no, it's Skeleman. Oh, there's a skeleton in the ceiling. To be fair, their standards for scary in the 1800s were probably a lot lower. Because he didn't put Maria in her place. No, but he likes Maria, remember? Ghosts are spooky. True, but there were no ghosts. Only a Skeleman. So, did you come here for the sole purpose of telling me that cheap tripe?
Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine.
Acting tough after the fact just makes you look twice as much of a wuss. Skeletons are just physical ghosts. Interesting theory. Oh, we are red again. Okay, the red went away. Did not break this time. Well, I mean, I did make up a good half of it. But the maid really did hear a sound in the middle of the night. And it came from the back hall of this very mansion. Did you know? Did you know? They say it used to be a chapel. Again, I have no interest in your women's little ghost stories. Is that so? You sure you're not just scared?
Maria.
Well, that said, the rumors aren't completely unfounded. This is a pretty old mansion. And it's had a lot of work done on it. Kind of feels like it's barely holding itself together. Like a big old quilt with pieces from all different time periods. The back hall is one of the oldest patches. There's a huge window in the far end. Supposedly, there used to be stained glass in it. Yo, that's where Michelle lives. In the chapel. But it was a depiction of an archangel, they say. Such a shame. I wonder when it was broken. If it were still there, I bet it'd be worth a fortune. I find that hard to believe. First of all, why would anyone put a chapel inside a mansion? You've got a point, I guess. Now, how about you do some actual work instead of distracting yourself with all this nonsense? I do work, but, the other maids can be a bit nasty, you know? They do be nasty. Dealing with the other women is like walking on glass. Am I to blame for that? What if I said you were? Don't give me that look. They're just not fond of me, simple as that. Nothing you can do about it. Is that so? Is that supposed to be a plant in the middle? Yes, it looks like it is a bouquet. It's like a little vase, and there's like flowers, and there's some stems, and I think it's like a couch back here, and there's like a little quilt on it, and there's a window, and there's a lamp. But yeah, the backgrounds in this game, they're kind of Rorschach tests a little bit sometimes. Who drew this? That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I was talking to the madam, and she was telling me you used to be quite the gentleman. Were you perhaps actually in love back then? You sure don't act like it. So it's easy to miss. But I guess you're not entirely made out of steel. Just like when you were younger, you're still... Do not speak of that. Ah. The past is not worth remembering. It is unnecessary. Jacopo, do you not know what they say? Those who do not learn from the past are doomed to repeat it. Jacopo. So, to you the past exists just to be cast aside? Nah, it's not important. You don't want me to talk about it? I won't talk about it. But your wife? Never mind. I'll leave you be. I have to get back to work soon, or I'll be staring down the head maid's Arctic smile. Alright. If the fancy strikes me, I'll drop by and we can trade more ghost stories. Maria. What? No ghost stories? No, not that. I have not forgotten those days. He and Maria used to have a thing before he got married. Apparently the art is by someone called Moyataro. He's to blame for this. I don't think he would consider himself to blame. quote unquote. I'm sure he's proud of what he's done. But I personally don't really like the backgrounds in this game. But no, we're having an ellipses fight. Consider him to blame, quote unquote. Alright. I'll be off then. Alright. If the fancy strikes, you drop by and we can trade something other than ghost stories. Oh. Haha, what I'd tell you. I'll consider it. Goodbye. Yo, I like this sprite. That's a good sprite. God damn it. I can't escape anything. Yo, we're in the rose garden. Ah, they've grown to be so beautiful. Such a wonderful fragrance. The scent of roses is so calming. Test? What, did we disconnect? No, it looks like we're still connected. You just need to refresh, but if you can't hear me, me telling you that doesn't matter. The scent of roses is so calming. Had to refresh, delay got long. Ah, I see. Naruhodone. I wonder why that is. Would it cause any trouble if I picked one? Why, hello there. Out for a midnight stroll, are you? Quite the peculiar hobby. Madam. I cannot spend as much time as I would like outside during the day, so I end up coming out at night. I apologize if I startled you. Oh, no, not at all. There is a chilling, captivating beauty to the sight of your snow-white form standing there in the moonlit garden. Oh yeah, there was a delay because the stream disconnected very briefly. But it's okay now, I think. I would hardly... what are you doing out so late? I saw a figure through the window. On the slightest chance it might be a burglar, I thought it my responsibility to ensure they did not break in. It was also in the middle of the night when the grocer's servant broke into their safe. Eh? News of that spread quite far. I'm sure you've heard about it. What? Wait, what? Grocer broke into safe. Wasn't that a story from the flaxen hair era? That was like 100 years ago or something. Oh, but Gamache was in prison some time ago. No clue. Well, I mean, I'm not really asking you, but it's just kind of asking the air. Or Evie if she happened to be here, but she's not. Dear me, cannot seem to get my head out of the past. Do you intend to give that white rose to someone? Yes. I was thinking about giving it to my husband. While I expect he has little fondness for such feminine tastes, the seeing of flowers is truly calming effect. Current bitrate. Oh gosh dang it. I think I have a box checked that should not be checked. Might be related to why we're experiencing technical difficulties. He might find it relaxing when he needs reprieve from his work. Reprieve? Reprieve. Oh, is that so? You're very kind-hearted. Speaking of white roses, the rose he meant to give you was the same shade of white. Oh, he? But when you touched it, it turned a deep shade of red. Maid, quit breaking the fourth wall at white hair girl. She doesn't understand. There was but a single white rose in the garden, so he was unable to give it to you as he had wished. In its place, he had a decorative rose fashioned for you. What exactly are you referring to? Oh dear, do you not remember? Then, am I to assume you have forgotten what happened to the rose accessory as well? I was unable to give that to you either. But that time, because you rejected the gift. I'm not criticizing you for that decision, of course. You had a perfectly good reason for not accepting it. Heartbroken from having lost you, he buried the rose in this garden. Over the years, the rose in the garden withered away, and in their the roses, and in their place grew a thick, unsightly nest of weeds. Are we still in JacoPo land, or we have moved on? Yes, we're still in JacoPo land, but the maid is talking about stuff that was not in JacoPo land. And White Hair Girl doesn't really understand. There was also White Hair Girl in Flaxen Hair Land, but I think it's the same character, but not, but yes, but no. I'm not sure. Many years later, the accessory was dug up by a beast! Wait, Nightbot. There we go, there we go. 227 beasts. No, you can't also beast. Only I can beast. Because if you could, it would screw up my counter. Boo. And curiously enough, it had not a speck of rust on it. A beast? You do not remember him either? A foreign man who, through his interaction with you, almost regained his humanity. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you speak of. Maybe they're not the same person, but they're descendants, but the maid's just crazy and she doesn't understand that they're different people. Also possible. The only gift I've ever received from a man is my Finacus wheel. And furthermore, I've only lived at this mansion for a year. Okay, so they've been married for a year then. That answers our earlier question. While the garden was not thriving as it is now, it was certainly not in ruins when I arrived. Because I had been taking care of it, yes. But for whatever reason, by my hands alone, I was unable to make it into anything quite as splendid as it is now. Once you had arrived and began to work on it, however, just look around. You have restored it to its former glory, to the magnificence of the flaxen-haired family's time. I promise, I'm not trying to fault you for anything. I would never fault you. You're too Mary Sue to be faulted. Now that I think about it, it makes sense you would not remember. Though you are still you. You are different than before. Well, yeah, the last one was blind. She's obviously a different person to at least some extent. Different, though not in the sense that you're a wholly distinct person. Tell me, is your name Shibbity Bobbity again? Wait, so, okay. We learned in Door 2 that the X's were for Japanese. Is her name Japanese? Because she does not look Japanese. Or is it just blocked out by the mansion? Is this mansion magic, or Japanese that we don't understand? Is it just any foreign language, perhaps? My name is Breedy Boobity Woes. Yes, you should already know that. No clue. Again? More proof that you are indeed you. Did you know that your current name is pronounced the same as the name of the person you are waiting for? What? What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. But I have met you many times, and I know of your past, of events that transpired long, long ago. I'm telling you the truth. I first came to this mansion just a year ago. Until then, I had never left my country, or even set foot out of my house. We did not have any servants either. So where then are you saying we met? This mansion, of course. Wait, what? Oh, I think I messed that up. So where then are you saying we met? This mansion, of course, blah blah blah. You think the maid might be a little schizo, get her help. Well, this is also our maid. So how this story is framed, the framing device, that's the term. The framing device for this story is we woke up with amnesia and our maid is there, and it is this maid, and she's like, oh master, you don't remember anything? Here, let's walk in these doors and you'll have memories. Here, let's go in this door. And we watched Flaxen Hair Family and bad things happened. And they're like, alright, enough of that door, let's go to the cellar. And then there was beast times and people died and bad things happened. And now we're on door 3. And the maid has been there every time. Pretty sure she's immortal or something. So yeah. But I'm speaking the truth. It was a year ago, shortly after my parents fell ill and received an offer for my marriage. I knew something had to be done. I knew it, and so I... I'm telling the truth. If that is what I remember, then I do not doubt you. But I also suspect I know why you seem so flustered. Are there moments when your memory seems hazy? When it seems like important details have fallen through the cracks? Oh, we're red. Again. Oh my god. Why? Are we still red? Are we back up? Okay, we're green. Okay, okay. There is a microwave running, but I don't think it would affect the stream because I'm wired in. I have an Ethernet cable going. It shouldn't affect my internet connection at all. Better go catch it, ha! You're funny. You needn't fret. One day, eventually, you shall remember all. One day. But not today. I'm not gonna explain nothing to you, chump. What the hell is this? A white rose. Did she leave this here? A flower? What does she think she's doing? Is she trying to aggravate me? That garden. Those damn rose garden. That damn rose garden is the whole problem. Flowers serve no purpose but to deceive. Deceive, huh? Can you see the hidden ferret in the background? What? What are you talking about? The hidden ferret? Like, behind the chat box? I don't know what you're talking about. Talking about the hidden ferret in the background. Oh, that clarifies everything. In the game background? Is it this? Little eyes and... No, no. I don't know, lots of things could be ferrets here. It is indeed that. Okay. Alright, so Jacopo's obviously got some problems. He has a grudge against flowers because they deceive. That garden is a sign of weakness. It has no place in this house. Not the garden, Jacopo. Approximately a week had passed since then. The wife, Woes, was, as usual, spending her time in her room, reading, staying inside the house. Then Maria barged in. Madam! Madam! Oh my. You're out of breath. What happened? What happened is we have a big problem. The garden, the roses, the rose garden, the garden, the rose garden. The garden? All the roses you put so much love and care into growing are being chopped down. We'll lose them all if we don't hurry. Upon hearing the news, the white-haired girl dashed from her room and towards the garden, with Maria following close behind. When she arrived, she saw a dozen or so sweaty, rugged men at work, Jacopo shouting orders. The men clearly had no concept of how much a single flower was worth, no concern whatsoever for they mercilessly, thoughtlessly hacked away at the shrubs like they were naught but weeds. Each flower they tore from the earth extinguished another of the many lives that Woes had put so much time and effort into tending for. Jacopo, what are you... Oh, hello, Maria. I didn't expect you to come with her. Why would you... Why, it goes without saying. This house has no need of a garden. Them flowers have no place here. $6 for 7 flowers according to Amazon. Well, this is back in the day. And also, is that specifically for white roses? Because they might be a little more pricey than that. Might as well do something worthwhile with the soil. A miniature railroad would be a better use of the space, and certainly a great deal easier on the eyes. Boy, he's a psychopath, huh? I could even get my eyes on some genuine wheels. Same wheels being used on the revolutionary Transcontinental Railroad. 10 or 20 years down the line, they'll be worth a fortune. $12.99 for 12 pinkish white roses. $13.39 for pure white roses. For 12 pure white roses. Bye, Cheesy, at Victory Rose stream and Series stream. Okay, good night, Lucky Bucky. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. The same way as be 10 or 20 years down the line, they'll be worth a fortune. Jacopo, you know how much this garden meant to me, don't you? Yeah, but I'm a dick. What do you want? Did it honestly have no place here? Flowers have a calming effect on people. They give you peace. They are not, by any means, worthless. So you're saying that white rose was your passive-aggressive way of telling me to calm down? Not at all. I simply thought you... At the end of the day, you're just using them for your own purposes, to trick and deceive. He's got some problems. Enjoy the next 24 hours of your life. You too. But I'm also just gonna enjoy the whole rest of my life too, also, after that, even. Yeah, Jacopo's got problems. Where did the flower touch you, Jacopo? Tell me. On this doll, show me. Imagine unironically enjoying life. To you, this rose garden was nothing but... Jacopo! You've gone too far. This isn't right. Gone too far. This is my mansion. What I do with my property is my business. With that rose arch out of the picture, we'll have a much better view. There won't be anything blocking the sun any longer. Weren't you supposed to be sensitive to sunlight? Spend too much time out here and you're liable to fall ill. Wow! Get back inside now. You too, Maria. Yikes. The poor thing, though she did not say a word, was surely thinking, are you truly that determined to rob me of my sanctuary? The words twirled around in her head, unable to make the final journey to her lips. She stood there, looking down at her own feet as her husband marched off, and listening to the screams of the roses being reaped. After being torn down by Jacopo, the garden reverted to a state of ruined desolation. I have a feeling, in the grand scheme, in the overarching plot of this game, that the garden, like, is super, super meaningful, and that, like, the fact that it's being destroyed right now is, like, the worst possible thing. And what have you done, Jacopo? Granted, like, even if that's not the case, it's still just a massive dick move.
Jacopo's got problems. Brain problems.
The garden returned to its state of ruined desolation. Jacopo's done nothing wrong. Yeah, you would say that first and last. A shame, after all the work that went into restoring it, the beauty it had under the flaxen-haired family. And as Jacopo had said, in its place went scraps of metal, train wheels, prototype models, carbon rods. These items may have had value for him, but I certainly do not think it was worth robbing his wife of a place that made her feel comfortable, just so he could store them there. Besides, I was rather fond of the rose garden myself. The roses seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia in me. I felt as though, somewhere far beyond the edge of my memories, I had seen another garden of roses, modest though it may have been. But I cannot remember where it was. Does that come as a surprise to you? I am quite sure there are periods of the mansion's history of which I am not aware. But in any case, Jacopo had caused many people great pain in order to repurpose the garden for himself, and he continued to walk all over his wife. Good night, Cheese. Good night, first and last. Bad night, Jacopo. Bad night to you, Lucas. We hope the physical ghost gets you. No, Lucas, run! They're just skeletons. They don't have any muscles to, like, apply force. So you can overpower skeletons pretty easily. They'll just kind of fall apart. And he continued to walk all over his wife. Whenever she tried to do something kind for him, he would brush her off, saying, "That's not your place." He paid no mind whatsoever to the looks of dejection that rose to her face each time he rejected her. I was beginning to wonder if anything she said about the man he had been a year earlier was actually true. And if it were true, could a person really go through such a drastic change of heart in such a short time? Hope a non-physical skeleton gets you. Alright, children, stop fighting. What do you think, Master? No, I've spoken enough about me already. I seem to be talking a lot about myself this time. That is hardly appropriate behavior for a maid. Now, let us return to our tale. That evening, the white Woes sat in her room, staring sorrowfully at the Finacus wheel. Stop fighting, children! The cheese has spoken. A small mirror before her, she tried spinning the paper disc. Little babies in my chat. Go to bed, Lucas. Small mirror before her, she tried spinning the paper disc. But it was just not the same as before. Her husband was not there at her side, and even more critically, there was not a smile on her face. And then she heard a faint knock on her door. Who is it? It's me, madam. It's me. May I come in? That's never the correct response. When someone says, who is it? You don't just say, it's me. You say your name. Stupid. Go to bed, Lucas. I'll punish first and last later. Oh, Maria. Well, that's actually a good question. Can I time people out on YouTube? Because I'll time you both out. I can't. I can only time people out on Twitch. But I'll do it. You won't? You think I won't? The only reason I don't want to is because the default setting is for 10 minutes. Although I could just deactivate it immediately, I suppose. Although I'm not sure what the command to untime when someone out is. Well, if I have to, I'll do it. Then you'll just have to wait for the actual timer. What you should do is make me a mod. How about no? Nah. Oh, Maria, of course. Come in. What are you doing here at this time of night? I was just wondering how you're doing. Should I have left you alone? Oh, it's no trouble at all. I'm always glad to have you. You're making me blush, madam. I got the feeling you're a little down in the dumps. So I'm not here because I need to be. I just kinda ended up here, I guess. Maria. Sorry, I'm not making any sense. I can be a bit of a busybody, you know? It's trouble with boundaries, I guess. Alright, good night, Lucas. Never been able to fix that. No, I don't consider you intrusive at all. I cannot count how many times your bright smile and cheerful energy have shown a light on me when things were dark. If I didn't have you, I would have given up already. What do you mean, given up? You seem to see right through me. Even now, you're exactly right. I am feeling a little dispirited. That garden was an even bigger life raft than life raft than I thought. Perhaps I am being overly dramatic, but the roses were almost like children to me. Giving up on what? She has literally nothing she has to do. Yeah. So I'm wondering if perhaps giving up is maybe a little darker than we actually want to talk about. Perhaps I'm being overly dramatic, but the roses were almost like children to me. I get it, I do. You put your heart and soul into tending that garden. It was obvious how much you loved them. Of course it's gonna hurt watching a bunch of men stomp all over your flowers when you care for them like your own children. Now, I know I said this once already, but you don't need to force yourself to put up with him, really. Shenyao. You don't have to bend to his will just because you're a woman. Ugh, what? This woman. Which woman? You can survive without him. Anytime you want to walk away, that's your choice. Both. I mean, sure, I'd be lonely if you left, madam. But your happiness is more important than any of that. So, you know? Oh, if you know, you know. You know? Thank you, Maria. I truly do appreciate it. But I would still like to wait for the day I can see his warm smile once more. If you say so. Well, in that case, I'll just have to be there to back you up. I'll be alright. You leave everything to this holy virgin. I'll have a stupid grin on my face no matter how down you're feeling. Heh. You really are the reincarnation of the Mother of God, aren't you? Stop saying that. I think we all know why Maria wants divorce so much. Look at that butch haircut. Yeah, you say that as a joke, but I think you're actually not wrong. So... Oh, I told you, it's just a joke. Yeah, whatever. So hey, madam, how about a dance? Or I could lick your fingers. Either one. A dance? At this time of night? Yep, it's so late, and since it's so late, no loud music. All you get is little whistling courtesy of me. Ew. That seems unpleasant. Like, slow dancing with someone while they whistle the music that you're dancing to. Ugh. But this room is too small for it. We'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? You'd probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. JacoPo's out inspecting some factory or something today. Whistle right in your ear. Yeah.
Hydration check.
After that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying the night elsewhere. The rest of the maids are in their rooms chatting away. No one will notice. Where I come from, we dance all the time. We eat, drink, and be merry to heart. No food or drink for us, but we absolutely can dance. Dancing's a great way to forget all your cares. I am not much of a dancer. You wish you had a drink? Well, go get something to drink. Oh, what's your favorite kind of drink, first and last? I'm not much of a dancer. No big deal. Nobody's watching. Vodka. No whiskey. Alright, what's your favorite non-alcoholic drink? Come on, put on a little fancy perfume. Let's have some fun. They make those? Yeah, they do. I don't have any perfume, though. Didn't think so. You've got all the right ingredients, madam, but you don't try to make anything special out of them. You've got so much potential, but not even a decent-sized wardrobe. At the very least, you should wear some perfume. Which is why, ta-da! I brought some with me! The maids are in love with this stuff. It's a big hit with women all over the country. The base is vanilla, and it's got several other fragrances mixed in. Give it a try, it smells divine. But Maria, Come on, what's the harm? Just a little splash on your wrist, like so. What do you think? Ah, you're right, it smells wonderful. BRB, okay. Doesn't it? So you like it? Yes, very much so. Excellent. Now, off we go to the Great Hall. Are we really going to dance? You bet your butt we are. It's not healthy to hole yourself up in a room all day. Don't look at me. I know you can't get a lot of sunlight, but you still gotta have some fun and move your body. Oh, I got some exercise today. I went for a jog. I forced myself to do it. It's like the first thing I did when I woke up, because I woke up really late. Come on, let's go. Oh, Maria. Though she looked outwardly uncertain as Maria led her forward, hand around her wrist. Stop. Everyone stop grabbing wrists. Why is this such a thing? The white-haired girl seemed to be enjoying herself on the inside. Having spent her life without a single friend, she never dreamed the day would come where she would find herself dragged through the empty halls of a dark mansion by another woman. Now a man, though, that's something else. Maria's presence seemed to shine light upon the quiet corridor. It would have been a very lonely trek without her. Maria spun around, gave an impish smirk, and raised her pointer finger to her lips with a soft shh. A soft shh. Shinya! The sight of it caused the white-haired girl to chuckle quietly. Woes. Her name is Woes. The two of them, on their way to their secret private ball, were like two adolescent girls. Short order, they arrived at the Great Hall. My heart was pounding all the way here. What's there to be nervous about? It's not like you're breaking any rules. Got drink? Nice. What kind of drink you get? Only kids get in trouble for staying up late. Mike's Hard Lemonade. Yeah, I guess if I have to drink alcohol, that's probably what I would drink. I'd rather just not. At the end of the day. I could have hard lemonade, or I could have normal lemonade. This sounds better to me. I don't really believe in intoxication, but that's apparently that's just a cheese thing. Everyone else loves intoxication. Once you've grown up, you're responsible for yourself. Lame. Yeah, I know it's lame, but I'm just a lame person. What can I say? I will say, though, that it seems rather odd for two women to dance together. Oh, if you're having a good time, what does it matter what's between your legs? Alright. Where I come from, there's dances where families lock arms in a big ring and go around in circles. So who says two girls can't have some fun together? I imagine you had many good moments with your family. Well, I don't have a family anymore. Oof. What? Alright, so I'll show you how it's done. Watch carefully, because you're up next. Ah, okay. In before Jacopo killed her family. With a wide grin on her face, Maria began whistling softly and prancing across the floor with an energetic rhythm. What are you, Mormon or something? No. You don't have to be religious to not believe in drug use. Jeez. It was not the kind of complicated dance you'd see at fancy parties. The motions were simple, flowing, unembellished. A folk dance, I suppose you might call it. Then what's wrong with you? I'm Cheese Louise, that's what's wrong with me. I don't like alcohol. I don't like other drugs. Stop it. I mean, alcohol has been suppressing the human race for, like, centuries. Basically since it was invented. It's caffeine that has enlightened us. Bruh, I do drugs. Yeah, how about I don't? Don't be lame, get high. First and last, I know you're joking, but knock it off. I want someone to come into chat and see that. Folk dance, you might call it. She seemed to be improvising a little bit as well. But in any event, Woes was captivated. Despite it being a sequence of steps anyone could replicate, Maria breathed life into it. Shinya! She was neither as lithe as an acrobat, nor as light on her feet as a professional dancer. She was her own lively, beautiful self. Maria twirled in place, the skirt on her maid uniform billowing gently up around her. With a smile, she extended her hand towards Woes. She hesitated for a moment, but as if being pulled forward by some invisible force, she took Maria's hand. Ever warm a skirt? Wait, did it say that? Okay. Have I ever worn a skirt? I don't think so. No, I don't think I've ever worn a skirt. Not that I would refuse to, I just don't think I ever have. She hesitated for a moment, but as if being pulled forward by some invisible force, she took Maria's hand. Hand in hand, Maria ushered Woes into her dance. It was just the two of them, but you could almost see the crowd forming around them. Hmm? Is it that strange that I haven't worn a skirt? What are you on about, first and last? What are you on about? It's just the two of them, but you could almost see the crowd forming around them. The other people stepping up to join in. That's it, madam. Doing great. Now lift your leg up. Good, and do a spin like so. Nothing at all? Alright. Take your word for it. This is not easy, Maria. I'm having trouble following along. You can do it. Looking good so far. You're natural, madam. Jacopo's gonna come in and be like, I banned dancing. Saw everyone's legs off. Oh, Maria. I won't fall for your flattery. I mean it. The whispers of the two girls. Their muffled laughs. Step hop, step step. Does Jacopo just call her white hair girl all the time? It seems everyone calls her white hair girl all the time. No, she has a name, it's just... So it's the mansion that's like showing us this. But the mansion just refuses to let us know her name. It's probably like Michelle Bollinger Jr. or something. The rustling of fabric. Many different soft sounds layered atop one another, creating a little bubble of happiness in the center of the hall. How old's the mansion? That's a good question. I have no idea. I'm gonna guess a couple 100 years old. See, it's a magic mansion, and we're there in the present, like watching all these things in the past. But also, like, the mansion apparently like teleports between countries, because I think in door 1 it was in France, and in door 2 it was in Spain, and now it seems to be in North America. And I doubt people like decided to move the mansion. It just kind of does it. It's like Castlevania. It's a creature of chaos. According to Shinto, man-made objects gain souls after 100 years. Oh. I wonder how long it's had a soul then. White-haired girl's movements were a great deal clumsier than Maria's, but Maria would never disparage her for that. On the contrary, she showered her with praise. As flustered as woes appeared, I imagine she was quite pleased. Before long, the tightness of her face muscles loosened, a smile spread across her lips, and she began to brighten up. See, what'd I tell you? Fun, huh? Yes, I am quite surprised. Both that I can dance, and that I enjoy doing it so much. Haha, glad to hear it. They exchanged looks, and both laughed. They exchanged... wow. That might have been the first time I had ever seen woes so delighted. The object has been mistreated in that century, it becomes vengeful, and causes havoc for its current owner. Well, I guess the mansion was treated well in its first 100 years. Because, I don't know, it serves the master's will or something. We only really saw that in door 2, but it must serve, must have served the master in door 1 and Jacopo as well. However, because of her infirmary, she quickly found herself out of breath. Her porcelain skin flushed red. Maria immediately stopped for a break. She could surely have continued dancing for some time yet, but Maria was conscientious of the white-haired girl's physical condition. Ever gonna stream War Sim? I don't know what that is. She looked over at Maria regretfully. My apologies. If only I had more stamina. I'm hardly a suitable partner for you, Maria. You sure are. This is all to cheer you up, madam, so as long as you're having fun, nothing else matters. And heck, I'm enjoying myself plenty too. What do you think? Wouldn't it be nice to do this again sometime? Whenever you're feeling down, let's dance. If you really do enjoy dancing with a frail girl like me, then I would be glad to. Have a little more confidence in yourself, madam. You're so pretty and kind-hearted. I have loads of fun when I'm with you. So you don't need to be so hard on yourself, got it? Thank you. The pleasure is mine. 'Tis an absolute honor to have the rare opportunity to see such a bright smile on your face, madam. My apologies for keeping you so late. Out so late. I should get back to my room. Oh, I didn't even realize what time it was. I'm more than up for a little more gum flapping. That's my job. You have improved my mood more than adequately. I would not want you to be tired for work tomorrow. Okay. Well then, let's get out of here. Maybe it's just the way your voice makes her annoying. That's probably Could be. I mean, she looks energetic, so that's the only attribute I can try to infuse into her voice. Oof. Oof. Well then, let's get out of here. Yes, let's. Smiles on both of their faces, they made to exit the Great Hall. However, before they reached the door, it swung open. A man's towering shadow cast the two women into darkness, his cold, bitter glare affixed on them. If I'd had even the faintest premonition this might happen, I would have done anything in my power to stop the two cheery girls on their way to the hall. But I am eternally powerless. Oh, sure. What are you doing? Standing before them in the doorway was the master of the house, JacoPWNT. Ah, I thought you would not be back until tomorrow. That's not the good first thing to say. Oh, you mean white hair? You mean woes? And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying the night elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you? No, what would I possibly want you out of the house for? I'm sure you know better than anyone. What? What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? I have to say, you seem to have been having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath, red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the hell were you going? Upstairs? To go to bed? No, I wasn't going. Jacopo, calm down. Seriously. You shot it. Now you're taking this tramp's side. I told you before that you are not to leave this house without first consult. Seems a lot of this could be solved if they just get some couples counseling. You know, I'm not sure that was such a thing in the 1800s. I told you before you're not to leave this house without first consulting me. Or do you mean to tell me that you've forgotten? God, your ears aren't just for show, or... Right. Bah, they're better than that. They'll even throw out parts you don't want to hear. No, I swear I was not doing anything you... Silence, I have no interest in your excuses. You were walking and you were near the front door. Therefore... God. You're always watching from the shadows, observing, trying not to step on anyone's toes. And in the back of your mind, you're mocking me. No, Listen up and listen good. You just try stepping out of line again. You just try disgracing me again. You will not get away with it. What's his problem? For the love of God. Get back to your room now. You too, Maria. Marriage counseling originates in Germany in the 1920s, part of the ergonomics movement, or not ergonomics, eugenics movement? Wait, marriage counseling is part of the eugenics movement? That doesn't sound like a good. Get back to your room, now. You too, Maria. Alright. God, what is this sickeningly sweet smell? How utterly infuriating. It'll take forever to get this off of me. It's like ferret stink. I always thought you had at least some sense of taste. Why did he have to disparage her so? What did he do wrong? What did she do to deserve that? First institution for marriage counseling in the United States began in the 1930s, partly in response to Germany's medically directed racial purification marriage counseling centers. It was promoted by prominent American eugenics such as Paul Poperone. Learn something new every day. Yeah, you never want your route to be in eugenics. That's so bad. She did nothing whatsoever wrong. She is too Mary Sue for that. She deserved none of the ridicule he showered her with. However, she was not a strong-willed woman. She did not have the courage to retort to the man yelling at her, and neither did Maria, it seemed. Without another word, they both scrambled out of the great hall, away from Jacopo. Woes was a painfully miserable sight to behold. The cheer had drained from her spirit, and the rosy hue from her now pale cheeks. She was hunched over forward slightly, looking like a small, scared animal. Say, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to dance, and me bringing the perfume only made things worse. No, you don't need to feel about anything, Maria. Everything you did was in my best interest, was with my best interest at heart. So, don't worry. I will be fine. So, madam, I'll clear everything up. I really am to blame, after all. He wouldn't even give you the time of day if you tried. He's a stubborn little shit when he's mad. I didn't want to swear, the game made me. I'll talk to him. He's more likely to listen to me. I'll make sure he knows he was jumping to conclusions, that I'm the one who dragged you up there to dance. And also that I forced you to wear the perfume. This Paul Papone guy, though, he dressed pretty well for eugenicist. Alright. Yeah, sure. I'll clear everything up, okay? So please, you cheer up. It would be best if I could tell him myself. But yes, you are right. He would likely not listen to me. He rarely ever listens to me. I should be ashamed. I cannot even hold a simple conversation with my own husband. These things happen, you know? It's not easy being married, in a lot of ways. Yes, you're right. I apologize for having you do something so unpleasant, but I would appreciate that. Oh, no problem. I'm happy to do. Happy to do. No need to apologize, I've got this. I'll dunk his head in cold water until he's not blowing steam from his ears anymore. I'll cool him down, promise. And you never know, maybe he'll be open to listening. You could be back to the way you were a year ago in no time. Don't you worry, I'll take care of it, madam. Be positive. You look so much better with a smile on your face. Alright. Thank you. So I'm starting to think the curse of the mansion is it just takes the negative attributes of whoever the master is and just amplifies them. Although that wouldn't really explain door 1, but it would explain door 2. Because, I mean, Bestia, he was already a very, very terrible human being before he got to the mansion. But I think it kind of got worse after he got to the mansion. I doubted Jacopo would listen, even coming from Maria. And I imagine Woes felt much the same way. However, she grabbed onto that sliver of hope. She let herself dream. She let herself believe, even just faintly, that everything would go well. So what you're saying is Jacopo didn't do anything wrong. Sure. Whatever. Wait. She let herself believe, even just faintly, that everything would go well. Such is human nature. When uncertainty has you in its clutches, you grasp at whatever hope you can find to keep yourself afloat. That night, she did not sleep. She was afraid that, even in her dreams, Jacopo would be shouting at her. She felt as though her memories of a year prior were beginning to crumble away. I'm wondering how long to go today. The house in Fata Morgana. I'm told there's a boys club scene in this book. I kind of want to see it. The next morning, Jacopo stood alone in the den by the billiards table. He appeared to be rather agitated. Getting pretty tired, what? The boys club, you know, boys club. He appeared to be rather agitated. His face was twisted into a frown, his pointer finger tapping restlessly against the hard surface of the table. Evidently no longer able to stay in one place, he paced a circle around the table, then swiped up a rec and a cue, setting up a game of 9-ball. I'm not intimately familiar with the ways by which men entertain themselves, but in truth, I was bewitched by the sight of him leaning over the table. It almost seemed as though a steel rod ran through his shoulder to the tip of his outstretched finger, upon which the cue was secured by another finger looped over it. Wasn't part of any clubs as a boy. You're part of the boys club? Dang, I thought you were a cool guy first and last, but I guess not. You're not in any boys clubs. In the smooth, flowing motion, he thrust the cue forward slightly, pulling it back and repeating the process once more, before ramming it into the cue ball, sending it rolling into the diamond of colorless ball. Colored balls, not colorless. That's the opposite of colorless. Why would you do that? Are you slow? Yeah, you're right. I should have known. You're just like me. A hopeless loser. A chorus of clicks and clacks emanated from the center of the room. Oh yeah, it was actually a sound effect for it. That's a nice touch. Balls glided with one another and ricocheted off the cushioned walls, few landing in the pockets situated around the edge of the table. Wouldn't go that far. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to go that far, but facts are facts. Jacopo appeared to have accomplished this with little trouble, but I imagine merely striking the cue ball with a stick would be a rather difficult for someone inexperienced. But despite this accomplishment, it seemed to only exacerbate his agitation. Lousy positioning, he muttered, though I hadn't the faintest idea what he was talking about. I don't know pool. What should have been a game for his enjoyment, he went about with a constant look of exasperation. I suspect he was using it as a way to blow off steam. And as a result, the tension in the air was palpable. I felt it would be improper to intrude upon him, even considering my distaste for the man. One sec. Statue mode. You hear that, chat? Do you hear it? I don't know. It's not like this. Be right back again. Alright, let's try it again. You hear this, chat? Your name is first, not chat. But I'm addressing all of chat. Everyone. Granted, you are the only one chatting right now, but still. Who's here but me? Well, the number says there's 2 other people here, but they're just not saying anything. Anyway, I got a giant bag of Swedish fish. Oh. Yum, 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 because I was feeling real snacky. Speak up, cowards, that's what I'm saying. It's okay, people can lurk if they want to. but chatting is very much appreciated as well. I felt it would be improper to intrude upon him, even considering my distaste for the man. There was an undeniable beauty in every motion he made, every perfectly audible clack of the billiard balls bouncing off one another. Resource back to normal, time for more peanuts. You sure about that? It was an enchanting sight. But then, someone without the slightest regard or appreciation for beauty came marching in with a hammer to shatter it like wax. Gotta say, that was pretty impressive. Nani? A man leaned against the frame of the door. He was neither a resident nor a worker of the mansion. The man's face was covered in scraggly stubble, his body draped in grime-caked garments. Huh. His eyes were sunken so deep that it was as though I was looking at a fleshless skull, though there was a feral glimmer in them. Needless to say, he was not prim and proper. How long have you been there? Tommaso. Not long, but man, I can't help laughing. You were completely in your own world there. What do you want? And why didn't you send a maid for me? And why don't you have a portrait? Are you not important? Don't be such a hard ass. We ain't strangers, man. Why should family have to go through the maze to see you? This just ain't right, brother. Brother. You should always be open for family. I also have an Italian accent. Enough. I am not your family. We're bound by something even stronger than blood. By our family, our Costco. Who addresses their brother as brother? Liquid Snake. That's about it. I don't address my sister as sister. I just use her name. Bah. Arkoska. Don't you ever bring up the Koska when it's in your interest. Or you only ever. You have a sister? Is she single? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Is she hot? Yeah, I guess so. Ooh, scary. Come on now, what happened to you, little Jack? JacoPWNT. Where'd my little boy who used to call me Uncle Tommy go? Give me that number. Okay, let's see. There you go. Didn't mean to do that. There's the 6-digit number for you. See where it takes you. No, six is the correct number of digits. You know what to do with a 6-digit number, right? First and last? I'm not gonna explain it to you. Don't you dare use that godforsaken name. Get the hell out of my sight. What in God's name are you doing here? I think you're trying to fool me. Do you not know what to do with 6-digit numbers? Terrible wingman. Oh. Hello, Eevee Raid. You're just in time for JacoPWNT. It's a JacoPWNT kind of day. Can I get some JacoPWNTs in the chat? BGM is a banger. Hello, hello. Yeah, let's just enjoy the BGM and not listen to JacoPWNT's ramblings. Hey, JacoPWNT. Ciao Karina Slaps. Is that the name of the song? The man hailed from the same country as JacoPWNT, but I won't say it. They had a peculiar relationship, though they were not blood-related. He referred to Jacopo as family. They came from a sunny island in the Mediterranean Sea, a place of many unique customs, and an entire underground society. Wait, Evie, you've been telling me that Jacopo is Italian. Is he actually Italian or not? You gotta tell me right now. It's important. Cosca was a word that originated from there and referred to those underworld families. Oh, Evie, calm down. Isn't the Mafia and talks about spaghetti? He does talk about spaghetti, you're right. How can you wave my country's flag and not serve spaghetti? Yeah, I remember that line. No, you're actually correct there. It would be another 30 or so years before organizations like theirs received much public attention. At the time, they were not widely known. I mean, shadow organizations are supposed to be shadowy. What else do Italians do? Nothing. They punch Koopas and don't afraid of anything? Go wahoo, yippee. Yeah, Alex knows. Woo! Yahoo! Ha! Wahoo! Just a short step in the future and they would grow so powerful, the very mention of them would send a chill through the room. Hey, now, that's no way to talk to a fellow Berzati. Berzati? Berzati? I feel like I've seen that name recently, but not from this. Yeah, my boy G's triple jumping on stream. That's what I do. I triple jump. Did you not know? I'm a triple jumper. You're on the short list to become the next excuse me? Capo Famiglia? Capo Famiglia. What the? Google. Capo Famiglia, tell me. Plural, masculine... What? No. Head of the household. Civil liability. Okay, so it's an Italian word. Grief. Good grief. We respect our brothers. That's how we operate. I could go home and say you threw me out of your house. How'd you like those rumors to spread? I would like it very much, Tommaso. The soon-to-be Capo Famiglia wouldn't even listen to a little request. Friggin', what's with this door and all these hard words? Pentasilloscope or whatever? What is this game? This is The House in Fata Morgana. It is a visual novel about doors and a mansion, and bad things happen. I very much doubt anything you said could damage my reputation. Phenikidoscope. Yeah, that's the one. You know, Alex. I ain't been exiled yet. As long as I'm still one of them, they won't ignore me. Ooh, that's a mighty fine looking whiskey you got there. Don't mind if I do. Nothing here is for you to drink. Booze is my lifeblood, man. No love for a brother? You worthless leech. It surely won't be long before you find yourself in exile. Evie, you missed Jacopo destroying the Rose Garden for no particular reason. I don't like him. If you're lucky enough to get off the hook with just exile, that is. A child could snap that scrawny neck of yours. If I'm gonna go, I'd rather go tied up, tortured for days, covered in tiny little cuts from head to toe. What the hell? You sick bastard. You disgust me. Call me a carnal adventurer. What's wrong with this guy? Oops, skipped a line.
I despise the mundane. The last thing I want is to go out like a wet fart.
Is this what you came here for? To waste my time with your insipid nonsense, talking about wet farts and such? How come Evie gets to be a mod, but I don't? Because Evie's like my best friend. And I trust her to not be a crazy person first and last. And she's an epic gamer.
Oh, hardly. Surely you have an idea what I'm here for. And how much I need.
You damned maggot.
A worthless leech, a sick bastard, and a damned maggot. Hehe. What other names you got up your sleeve for me?
You son of a... Do you honestly think this is how you ask for a favor?
Whoops, excuse me. I beg of thee, O esteemed future capo famiglia. Oh, future Fenakistiscal. I'm bone broke. Not even enough money to put bread on the table.
Uh-oh. Are we red? We're red. I don't want to be red. Red be bad. Okay, we're back. We stopped being red. I wonder if next time it crashes, if I should just close OBS and change it to you're off to bed. Okay, bye first and last. Thanks for dropping in. I hope you had a fun break from the internet. No, Evie, don't call him a psychopath. Just because it's true doesn't mean you need to say it. So you're a psychopath and a sociopath. You can be both. It's possible.
Could you spare a little for a brother?
You brought this on yourself, I'm sure. I hear more than enough stories about you, and hardly any of them pleasant. Drinking, gambling, debauchery. I'm humiliated to be in the same Corsica as you.
You want to make money playing, you gotta learn the game first.
Says the worm who played himself into oblivion. Now, do you honestly believe I'll give you anything?
Oh, but you will. You've got no choice. Corsica rules. You're required to help a fellow countryman. Especially considering how few of us there are stranded in this colossal landmass. You won't even notice the money's missing. It ain't because you can't, but because you don't wanna. But Jacopo being a tight ass does nothing for you. Me coming to you for help keeps your good name clean. That's the thing about being boss. You quietly keep little shits like me out of trouble.
Why is this game making me swear so much today? I don't wanna.
So that trouble don't come raining back on you.
Huh. You do not seem to understand your place. Rather than lecturing me, you should be on your hands and knees begging and crying for my help.
If that's what you want, I'll gladly comply. Happy to kiss your boots while I'm at it.
Don't even think about it. Know this, there won't be a second time. I will be reporting your conduct to the family back home. I look forward to seeing how they deal with you.
Heh, just try to have a little mercy, would you?
Hey, hey. Is there a maid around? It doesn't matter who. I'm a maid around. How may I serve you, master? Get a single stack from the safe. Here's the key. It goes without saying, but don't touch anything else. Give the money to that man as you're escorting him to the door. As you wish. Is that all you need? Yes, now get to it. Very well. Excuse me. Well, well. That's one looker of a maid. Oh, this is to Mama, no. Hey, look, I'm on She's stream. What? You are? What? What? Evie, are you okay? Oh, you're in call chat. Gosh dang it.
Well, well, that's one looker of a maid you got there. But there's something, I don't know, eerie, strange, magical about her.
Fancy that. We agree on something.
How long has she been working here?
Couldn't tell you. As I recall, she came with the house. Is that the kind of woman you fancy?
A gal you can't read will always be interesting.
Maid showed up, made a cameo. Oh! Because you're a maid. Right. I forget about that. Your icon is still just Chibi Kaguya to me, so... yeah, you will not be made in my brain. Is that so? Now that he mentions it. How old is that woman? Oh, you know, like 600. Though I suppose it doesn't much matter.
Oh yeah, Jacopo. One other thing I want to talk to you about.
What is it this time? And if it's more of your blather, I will shoot you dead where you stand.
No need for threats. This one's about your, better half.
What about my wife?
Well, to put it simply, yeah. She came to me asking for advice, looking a little distressed.
Oh. My wife asked you for advice.
Yup. From the sounds of it, you're pretty rough on the little lady. That just ain't right, man. You managed to snag yourself a broad that pretty. You ought to treat her at least a little better, you hear? She looks good with a smile. You gotta make her show it to you every once in a while.
Why would she come to you about that?
Don't ask me. Maybe she's got no one else she can talk to. And you know, for whatever it's worth, I am part of the same cost cut. Guessing she thought I'd get through to you easier?
Oh, he's gonna go beat his wife, isn't he?
Really, you have to put a little more thought into how you act around her. And she'll be smiling for you like always. Oh yeah, I've got just the thing. Women love this stuff. I'm sure she'll be thrilled.
Is that the perfume?
Haven't you heard? Everyone's talking about it. I'm a big fan of the stuff too. Smells great. Pretty girls smile at you wearing some of this. Any man be in love in an instant. You've never given her nothing fashionable before, have you? May look like just scented water, but you can't let that fool you. Go on, give it to her. You like a nice smelling lady too, don't ya? Little bit of scent can give a different flavor to your nighttime excitement.
Yeah, something tells me they don't really have much nighttime excitement. Vanilla.
Well, I've said my piece, so I'll be taking my leave. Don't want to keep your maid waiting too long, and get on her bad side.
Om nom nom. Oh yeah, I got my Swedish fish before the raid. I'm eating Swedish fish. Would you like some, chat? I can get some Swedish fish for you if you want. Hold on, Tommaso. Why would she...
Make it last. That's all the advice your Uncle Tommy has for your chow.
Swedish fish. Hang on, I'll get some for you. I'm working on it. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. It'll be very important and worth it. Wait, no. I'm doing this. I am fast, skilled gamer streamer. I can do this real quick alike. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Where? No, this... It'll be worth it. I'm getting you your Swedish fish, chat. Just you wait. Then we'll be snacking on it together. Tommaso deserves a Sprite? I agree. I feel like every named character should have a Sprite. Uh-oh, where'd it go? I'm still getting Swedish fish. It's important. Yeah, working on it. Working on it. Uh-oh. That didn't do what I wanted it to. Still getting Swedish fish. It'll all be worth it, I promise. I mean, at least you get to listen to this BGM in the meanwhile, right? Can't be salty about that, chat. You can't be salty about that. Or can you? I suppose you can be salty about whatever you want, but it's not healthy to be salty about everything, you know? Anyway, here's some Swedish fish for you, chat. Here you go. I'll just layer it. I'll get it right between your words and the text box that you live in. There you go. Some little pile of Swedish fish for you. It's all been worth it. Wait, Tommaso. Why does it look like organs? No, it's Swedish fish. No. Ah, this is still a good, really good Sprite. I could go after him. It would be a simple task to catch him, grab him by the neck, and make him tell me. Tell me where he spoke with her, and what she told him. But I'd rather go grasp her by the neck instead. 'Cause I'm Jacopo. But why? Why will my legs not move? Asking him for advice. Fashionable perfume. Her smile. She looks good with a smile. She'll be smiling for you like always. That can't be. She hardly ever smiles around me. But she'll smile for him. Last night, when she was short of breath, having such a grand time, wearing that perfume. Getting ready to leave the house. They weren't, though. They were just walking near the door. Just who was that smile for? God damn it! Don't you think I'll let you run free any longer? Good Jacopo Sprite, by the way. That's what I'm saying. Hate when my wife walks. Also, you're welcome, a good doggo. Enjoy the fishies. His eyebrows were furrowed, creating deep creases on his forehead. Several servants stood off to the side, watching their master attentively as he stomped past them down the corridor. So, like, Jacopo's on his way to beat his wife. And I'm just asking, what's his freaking problem? What is wrong with his head? That he just has to get mad at everything. What the heck? However, no one said a word to him. Had I not been preoccupied attending to his countryman, I likely would have prevented it. The look on his face would have made it obvious something bad was about to happen. She was walking. True, women shouldn't be allowed to walk. Gosh dang it. Something that would serve only to further her misfortune. She was already in a less than ideal situation, and it was perched on the edge of a hill, soon to begin rolling down into even worse territory. That's a weird analogy. I've opened the door, so get on the floor. Jacopo, what's the matter? If you wanted to visit, you could have said something, rather than coming in without knocking. Is that really necessary? Pardon? Whoa. She's got some teeth. Is there something you so desperately want to keep from me that I must knock before entering? That I should have let you know in advance that I'm coming in? What are you? Well, is there? You went to talk to him behind my back, I'm told. What'd you tell him? You moaned to him about my behavior? Hey, stop. That hurts. You told him I'm rough with you. You cried on his shoulder because I'm not nice enough. Him, of all people. Something tells me she didn't actually go talk to him. That it was like Maria instead. Wait, Jacopo. You're mistaken, let me... Silence, not a word. Not a single godforsaken word. I will misunderstand everything and blame everything on you, and you'll like it. The only thing that comes out of your mouth is excuses. Lies and fabrication. What's his problem? What's up with him and flowers and lies? What's his problem? You put on the sweet, innocent little girl act. What's really going on through your head? Maybe I should just rip that mask off of your face. Stop, Jacopo. You look down on me. Your nobility. When she tries to interrupt Boys Club. We still haven't seen Boys Club. And I'm just a nobody who married into it. No, stop. Let go of me, please. When did it start? How long have you been seeing him? Who else have you been seeing? Covering yourself in fashionable perfume and smiling. Who even smiles these days? Even though you never smile around me? Please let me go. I can see it in your eyes. He's just a worthless commoner. Why? Why would you think that? Why will you not listen? Oh, gosh dang it. Why would you think that? Why will you not listen to me? Silence. It's all your fault. Every last thing. I tell you not to leave the house, but you do. She didn't. I tell you to do as you say, but you ignore me. But you don't tell her to do anything. Every last thing you do drives me mad. I don't have time right now to deal with this. To rack my mind over you. Over a woman. Mr. Money Sexual over here. I don't have time for it. Why do you not do as I say? Do you not have enough already, huh? Will you not be satisfied until you've taken even my arms and legs? What's wrong with you? I've given you money, clothing, everything. You have an incredible life. Look around you. The life of luxury you and your parents wanted, it's right here. You have it. What more could you possibly want? Why do you insist on being unfaithful? Speaking to other men. Unfaithful? You think that what I'm doing is unfaithful to you? Oh, nice anti-aliasing as the picture rotates. It doesn't look very good. How else should I describe it? You leave your room despite my ordering you not to? Don't think I don't know. When you came to the den the other day, you had your eyes on the other men. No, I did not. I had no such inclination. And now, not another word from you. I have no interest in your excuses. If that's how you're gonna act, then say goodbye to your freedom. You're forbidden from leaving the mansion, or your room for that matter. Wasn't that already the case, you dingus dongus bingus bongus? You Jacopo? Or even speaking to the servants. Oh, well, I guess that's a step above. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll make you a new room. With hookers and blackjack. Too many people come in and out of this one. It'll be somewhat quieter, out of the way. You like the garden, how about I put it in there? If you leave that room without my permission, this time, I'll kill you. Why? Why will you not listen to me? Jacopo's got friggin' brain problems. What's going on? Jacopo, the master of the house, likely loves woes. That is what I saw in their exchange. Normally, love is supposed to be a sweet, warm, wonderful emotion. It makes you care for, value that person even more than yourself. But it was the exact opposite for him. I never knew that love could be such a painful thing. How did his love end up so twisted? What did he expect to happen by confining and abusing the woman he loved? Perhaps he was conscious of that. To be human is to sometimes find oneself driven by uncontrollable internal impulses. A few days later, Jacopo dragged Woes from her chambers and led her outside. Oh yeah, most of you weren't here when I named her. So door 1 had Debelle for the white hair girl, and door 2 I just called her white hair girl. But door 3 I decided to name her again, and because she has roses in her hair, I decided to call her Woes. Because she's white hair girl Rose, so she's Woes. Yep. The garden she had once loved was now a thing of the past. It had become a dreary space, nary a rose in sight, and being taken there did nothing to improve her mood, only sadden her further. The cold, grey piles of metal freckling the barren earth seemed to mock her. Her husband led her, lady of the house, to a shed that had been repurposed into a Spartan living area. She begged and pleaded, but Jacopo would not have it. He shoved her into the sad little shack and locked the door. I see. The house in Fata Morgana. Well, this sucks. Are you gonna sit there and say, oh, it's not too bad? Huh, Woes? Are you gonna say, it's my fault, actually? You're gonna continue to do nothing wrong and just be a victim all day, every day? How did things end up this way? Why? All I wanted was to go back to the way things used to be. For us to be able to smile around each other. It had been several days since Jacopo had locked her in the shed, and her day-to-day life was only growing more arduous. She was under constant surveillance. The door was only unlocked to deliver her meals 3 times a day. And despite what an unfortunate situation their employer's wife found herself in, the maids chattered and gossiped, giggling freely. Not even in the shadows out of her presence, the tactless young maidservants whispered directly to Woes when they brought her meals. Look at you, madam, caged away like cattle. I could almost hear the sound of cracks forming in her heart. I imagined she had gotten to the point where she was having difficulty merely holding herself together. She had done nothing wrong, and yet she was forced to live this life of insults and mockery, of ridicule. The only reason her tenuously held together spirit did not completely shatter was because she had her one and only ally. The maid Maria volunteered to attend to Woes. Maria took the duty of delivering her 3 meals, meaning the other maids stopped coming by. And that relieved Woes' mental and emotional stress considerably. Maria became her sole conversation partner, her sole companion. She did not leave as soon as her meals were finished, instead remaining in the shed with the white-haired girl for some time. Gosh dang it, I missed one. Well, chat's gone quiet, so I guess the Swedish fish are gone. You have to talk to get noms. Them's the rules. But I'm talking, so I get noms. Oh. So, madam, how about a funny story? I flubbed up pretty hard the other day. You want to hear about that? Sorry, just checking something real quick. So a couple days back, I didn't get enough sleep the previous night, right? I'm helping out in the kitchen, half awake, plating up some food. And when I go to bring it out to the guests, my heart about leaps out of my mouth. Guess why? What I thought was a plate was actually an ashtray. Man, I was sweating like a pig. The guests didn't seem to notice, but the other maids were pale as ghosts the entire time. Just about everyone had themselves a case of the vapors. I think I done got myself a case of the vapors. I got quite the tongue lashing at cleanup. Pretty funny, huh? Oh, did you? Sounds like it was a pretty bad day. Yeah. Oh, right. You're not like all the other crazy people around here. You don't enjoy other people's misfortune. You're not a sadist. Hey, madam? I know there's not much point in telling you to cheer up right now. But I'm sure he won't keep you locked up forever. He's just a bit crabby for now. It'll be alright. Although, I guess this is a bit drastic for a temper tantrum. I'm sorry, madam. If only I had pushed him a little harder. If only I had a little more influence, you might not be in this situation. I thought I could be of some help, but I guess I'm not doing a great job of that. Bah. Of course not, Maria. You absolutely are. Just your being here takes a great weight off my shoulders. Still, though, I feel so worthless. Because I'm just a maid. I can't set you free. Follow me. Set me free. It's okay. I'm used to being imprisoned. What? What do you mean you're used to it? Never locked you in your door before. Ah, you're right. I'm not sure why, but I feel as though I've been in similar predicaments before. Lacking freedom and contact with others for a long stretch of time. Yo, just like White Hair Girl from Beastland. I'm sure that simply exhaustion getting to you, madam. I can't talk anymore. Blech. No one should ever be used to living like this. Yes, I agree. And I pray things go back to the way they were soon. Has getting mad at him ever crossed your mind? Getting mad? Yeah, you know, when he yells, you yell back. You try having a personality. Let him know he's in the wrong. Never consider doing that? I'm just too meek. That's all it says in my character bio, is meek. I'm sorry, I'll stop making fun of White Hair Girl. I guess you're not one to get angry, madam. Which would mean you're better fit for the Holy Mother than me. Oh no. I do sometimes want to get angry. That's not the same as getting angry. To tell you the truth, it's almost always going through in my mind how, if I did raise my voice, perhaps he would listen to what I have to say. But when I'm standing there in front of him, and he starts shouting at me, I freeze up and end up not saying a word. I'm just such a pitiful woman, everything about me. When I need to speak up the most, to stand up for myself, I cannot. I mean, he didn't just go silent when he started, like, pulling your hair. You were like, stop, 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 please listen, stop. I didn't, stop, stop. You know, you said words. Oh, don't look so down. That's not a bad thing, it's just you're in a bit of a pickle right now. But I'll clear everything up with him, you hear me? In my mind, your modesty is a virtue. And the more I think about it, I can't even imagine you screaming. I like you better the way you are, reserved and ladylike. You can leave all the yelling to me. By the way, Bup. Evie, if you're listening, please tell me if there's a good ending point soon. Because I don't think I'm going to do all of Door 3 tonight. Unless you think it's not that much longer. But if there was a good ending point soon, I would appreciate it if you'd let me know. And perhaps how far away it is. I'll do whatever I can to help you, madam. Oh wait, I read that wrong. I'll do whatever I can to help you, madam. Were you able to clear up his confusion about the night when we were dancing? Oh, about that. No. Sorry, he just wouldn't hear it. I see. But I'm not throwing in the towel. I'll keep trying as long as it takes. So... Say, Maria, could I perhaps ask another favor? Huh? Sure, let me have it. I would like to write him a letter. A letter? To someone who lives in the same house? Yes. As things stand, I cannot simply go visit him on a whim. And I feel as though I could calmly express on paper the things I'm unable to say to him face to face. I feel as though I could calmly gosh. Sometimes I think it's a new text box, but it's not. I suspect I might have more luck that way. I also believe he would be more likely to maintain his composure reading my thoughts in a letter than hearing them from my mouth. With it, I can clear up all the confusion, and things can go back to the way they were. A letter, huh? Interesting. I'll write the letter which I would like you to deliver to him. May I ask that of you? Absolutely, not a problem. Door 3 isn't ending anytime soon. Well, yeah, that's why I'm not ending it today. Oops, I scrolled down. That was a mistake. I didn't mean it. Thank you, Maria. You're the only person I can count on, and I mean that. Definitely can't count on Jacopo. He sucks way too much. Why? How did this happen? Why would she betray me? I wanted to give her a decently happy life, but then she walked around. I didn't want to get violent with her. Yet when I saw her face, when I heard what she had to say... Really? Did you hear what she had to say, Jacopo? I couldn't restrain myself. I guess what it comes down to is that no matter how you dress up, I'm still a Berzati. Oh. Okay, yeah. I know where I saw Berzati before, and it was in relation to this game. But it wasn't while I was playing the game. Right. There was never any way for this bloodline to give that girl happiness. God damn it. Why am I fretting over this nonsense? What is this bloodline power to just assault women? And that's why he doesn't want to spend any time with her? He's still a psychopath, Jacopo. And I'm supposed to be the future head? Ha! Yo, tiny hat. An illusion. But they're dancing. They really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? To me, it does not seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing. That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try to grab them. You won't be able to. Ah, you're right. That's a shame. I didn't think you actually would. But it's the most precious thing. Hee. They look as though they're dancing atop my palm. It's almost frightening how much innocence rests within those hands. It's as if they've been completely cut off from all the world's filth. My hands, however, are soaked in blood. I fear that bringing her into my world may taint her. Am I capable of protecting this woman's purity? Only if I physically assault her and lock her in a shed will she remain pure. It's the only solution. And yet, as I watched her joyously playing, I felt as though I had gotten close to him. I was the one being a child that day. Jacopo, it's me, Maria. Alright, next time the House of Fata Morgana logo comes up, I think I'm going to save and quit and call it a day. Well, I think I'll still try to simulcast on Sunday, but I'm going to change some things and see if maybe that'll help. Ah, Maria. It's fine, come in. Alrighty. Color me surprised. I didn't think you'd let me in. Have I ever declined your access to my room? Nope, but you've been looking pretty glum lately. I've never exactly been a cheery man. Aha, true enough. I know you told me before not to talk about your wife, but I'm going to stick my nose where it doesn't belong today. Oh. There's a lot of chatter among the maids lately about you getting rough with her. I mean, you've got the poor thing locked up in a shed outside. Oh, we're red. Okay, we are unread. Okay, everything's still good. You're not leaving the best impression on anyone. You're here to box my ears. What does that mean? I don't know, 50-50? The other half is, I'm concerned about you. I know you're not the kind of man to threaten someone without a good reason. You're not. I thought you were friends with her. I am. And it hurts seeing her in so much pain. Then why has that not changed the way you act around me? I would think you'd be scorning me with the rest of the maids. What? Oh, okay, so the other maids are like scorning him, but they're also making fun of her while they deliver her food? Do they just enjoy being terrible? It just whenever the opportunity arises? Oh, I see how it is. You don't trust me. We've known each other for so long. This isn't a question of whose side I'm on. You're in pain too, I can see that. You've always bottled things up, kept them hidden. You're too proud to rely on others. But you should probably vent to someone before it reaches the point where you no longer can. Say, Jacopo, do you remember the promise we made a while back? How far back? Back when you were still shorter than me. You were 14 and I was 12. I had to leave town and you came to see me off. Quite frankly, I didn't think you'd come. I was surprised even if I didn't show it. Jacopo? Where's your dad? Or are you here alone? He didn't even tell me. There's no reason you have to leave town. My old man says the Campanellas have more power. I should be the one leaving. It's not that simple. Grown-ups have a lot to consider. So don't give me that look, Jacopo. We were kids, but we both kind of started to catch on to the situation with our families and to the bonds that land held onto us. Although we didn't know any of the details at the time, my grandpa owned all the land the city was built on, but he was a very conservative man. He didn't try to spread his influence, instead opting to fortify what he already had. I don't know exactly when it first started, but organizations were used to administrate cities. And when we were kids, wow. My dad was the capofamiglia, and my grandpa his consigliere. But just because he was an advisor didn't mean he was powerless. While my dad made decisions, my grandpa was the only one allowed to fight him on them. Your father was the Capodecina that served under my dad. He wasn't especially happy about that. But parents quarreling doesn't affect their kids, or at least that's what I thought at the time, and what you probably thought too. But there was still a chance we could be caught in the crossfire, so my dad decided to send me and my mom away. Off the islands and to the north were some of the more prosperous areas. He thought that by sending us here, we could live our lives clean regardless of where we came from. There's no changing what's in your blood, though. You could have told me too. You were planning on leaving without saying anything. No, I was just... It all decided so quickly. Why do you sound so accepting? Adults have a lot to consider. You bet they do. But you could at least let them know you're opposed to it, Maria. But no, your tail went straight between your legs as soon as you were told. You just gave up and accepted it straight away. I thought you were better than that. You think... You think I don't know that? But I'll just be in my dad's way if I stay. I'm a kid, a girl. I wouldn't be of any help if something happened. I don't want to need someone to protect me. I never once thought of you as a girl. Hey now, that's mean. Oh geez, thanks Jacopo. Now you're getting me all mushy too. If anyone should be sad here, it's me. I am not sad. Oh really? You sure you're not actually torn that I won't be around anymore? You're a huge crybaby after all, Jacopino. Hey, when have I ever cried? And don't call me that. Haha, I made you mad. Short-fused as ever, I see. You've got to learn to keep your head. You're a man, and heir to the Berzati family. Don't lecture me. So pig-headed. You could at least listen to me this once before I'm gone. Hey, Maria. Got a little time to spare? Yeah, sure, but not much. The carriage is going to be here soon. Do you have enough for a trip to the hill and back? Yeah, I should have time for that. Because our families weren't really able to get along with the other kids we weren't really able to get along with the other kids in the city, so we played a lot at the top of that hill. It became kind of like our secret little lair. There was an abandoned house up there, I guess an old farmhouse or something, and kids love that sort of thing, you know? We called it Casa Nostra, our home, and we pretended it was actually ours. We drew circles on the wall in chalk and used it for target practice. We brought up a bale of straw and used it to make makeshift beds. When either of us got into fights with our parents, we'd stay the night here instead of home. In retrospect, I'm sure they knew where we were going. Oh! Knocking things over, knocking things over. Oi. Good thing I closed the cap on my water bottle. Otherwise, that would have been a terrible, terrible mess. I'm sure they knew where we were going and just let us do our thing. Oh yeah, there was this one time we were playing and a huge storm rolled in, trapping us there. The wind wasn't just howling, it was screaming bloody murder. It was blowing so hard, I thought the house might fly away. As I recall, you were crying that night. Hey Nero, you here to see me off too? Ah, there you go, wagging your tail with that dumb look on your face. You have no idea what's going on, do you? Bah. It wasn't just the two of us who had made Casa Nostra our home base, though. There was one more, a stray black dog. Uh-oh. That dog's gonna die. It's gonna die horribly. I've read JoJo, and I know the vibes of this game. Bad things are gonna happen to that dog. I'm pretty sure it didn't actually have black fur, though, and it was just really, really dirty. Of course he doesn't. He's a stupid animal. Oh, don't talk about him like that. He's one of us. What were you planning to do about Nero? Just leave him behind? Nothing else I can do. Can't bring a dog in the carriage. Besides, you're here, so it'll be fine. You take care of Nero, alright? He doesn't like me. You're the only one who can take care of him. Maybe so, but I'm not coming back. You'll starve to death if you don't figure something out. He's a puny runt. I doubt he could win a fight for scraps. Come on, do it for me. You said you won't be coming back. Did you mean that? Are you absolutely never returning to this town? There's no telling what may or may not happen, so it's best not to get your hopes up. Better that than the pain of getting let down. Well, I've turned into quite the cynic, huh? Maybe if I'd been born into a more normal family, I'd be in my room in a pile of dolls right now, my head in the clouds. I can't imagine you doing that, nor do I think that's normal. Haha, well said. And hey, stop that, Narrow. Quit licking me. That tickles. And you reek. Maria. What is it? Come back. I don't care if you don't know when it'll be. Just don't say you'll never return. No one knows how things are gonna end up. Maybe my old man will gain more power, and maybe yours will. If things continue as they are, it'll be your old man. Then, down the line, I will work in service of the Campanella family. And that's just fine by me. But even if that's not the future that lies ahead, I promise I will make a place for you. So, Maria. Question. Do you have a crush on me? What? A long extended what in an Italian accent? Kidding, just kidding. No need for conniption fit, I was just playing around. Here I am trying to have a serious conversation and then you... Listen to me, I don't have any of those, those kind of feelings for you. I consider you a lifelong friend, my one and only friend, Mamma Mia. That's why I came to see you off, and that's why I'm telling you this now. Whether you're a girl or a boy is irrelevant. Friendship lasts much longer than something so fanciful as romance. Am I wrong? Haha. Don't laugh, damn it. It's humiliating. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I agree entirely. Yeah, we've always been on the same page, Jacopo. Maybe we did fight a lot, but there wasn't one we didn't get through. No one else understands just how lonely it was, wearing a mask for all the other kids, trying to fit in to their happy little circle. We couldn't afford to be found out after all. Neither of us had any real allies. Except for each other, of course. Nope. I'm glad I got the chance to play with you. If you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have bothered caring for Nero either. It was too funny watching him chase you around. You're a sick girl, Maria. So hey, Jacopo, this place will still be in Casa Nostra even after I leave, right? You won't do anything to it, will you? Of course not. This is our home. That was always the plan. Right, thanks. Though, you being all nice is kind of creepy, Jacopo. It's not gonna start snowing, is it? How rude. Well, if you're gonna be like that, I'm not sure I want to give it to you. Huh? Give what? A present? A present? You got a present? You should have said so sooner. Gimme, gimme. You don't have a shred of tact, do you? What's it matter? Come on. What'd you bring? Let me have it, soldier. Oh, Maria. Consider this a temporary parting gift. You've been wanting one of these for a while. Ooh, is that a cartridge? From a Colt Navy? Oh, a bullet cartridge. No way, did you swipe it? I'll probably catch hell for it too. Wow, wow, this is amazing. I always wanted to get my hands on the real thing. This is from the one hanging up in your house, isn't it? The one your dad is always bragging. Bragging about? They just started selling them this year, and it's ridiculously hard to get your hands on one, or so I hear. Man, guns from the New World are something else, alright? Just imagining the moment the hammer comes crashing down on the back of this sends chills down my spine. Are you sure you're a girl going crazy over a bullet cartridge? Oh, red. I see red in OBS. It is still red, which is a bad sign. It still seems to be going though. Okay, it's green. No one's chatting, so I have an extra level of panic. Like, is it dead or not? No one's telling me it's dead, but no one's telling me anything. What's the big deal? I like what I like. I'll get in trouble if you don't put this back though, won't you? Don't worry, I'll return it when you return. And I won't tell anyone I gave it to you. It's working. Thanks, Alex. Okay. Well, I guess I'll take you up on that then. Thanks, Jacopo. It'll be my treasure. This goes without saying, but don't you lose it. I'm giving it to you as a symbol of our friendship. No matter how far apart we may be, or how much time may pass, or how things play out with our families, we will always be friends. The cartridge symbolizes that promise. It's a promise, Jacopo. Our families may outwardly hate each other, but I'll always be your friend, always on your side. And don't you ever go back on those words. I swear upon this glorious cartridge, this historic land, and the names of my ancestors, I shall not make myself a liar. I trust you, Maria. We'll meet again. And it may be many years from now, but that won't change a thing. Our friendship will never fade. God, you were adorable back then. And short to boot. That's my fetish. But now you've hardened so much. I was flabbergasted when I next saw you. Dressed all fancy from head to toe, you've become quite a smug little bastard, I thought. You sure weren't that little kid anymore. Ah. You have quite the memory. Well, yeah, I don't forget my promises. And I never forget I said I'd always be by your side. The question is, did you remember? I did. I remember every word you said that day. And as I said, I left Casa Nostra as it was. Though it is quite some distance away now. I imagine if we went back and did a little work on it, we could have it looking just like old times. And Nero? About a year after you left, he suddenly disappeared. Just for the record, I did take care of him, just as you told me to. I'm guessing he got into a fight with another stray or something. Yeah, no, we're gonna find out what happened to that dog, for sure, for sure. Searched, but could never find him. Ah, well, it has been more than a decade. Not everything's gonna be the exact same. You, however, haven't changed a bit from the girl you were all those years ago. Neither of you. Sure, you seem different on the outside, but at your core, I believe you haven't changed at all. Still the same old Jacopo. Could you not call me that? Wait. Oh, Jacopino. I have changed quite a bit, unlike you, and I'm well aware of it. Say, Jacopo, do you consider me supportive? Of everything you could have said. Of course you are. You're constantly supporting me, past and present. You are proof of the existence of that kind of friendship. that can transcend gender, blood, and any other such distractions. You know, it's honestly kind of bizarre seeing you without a stick up your ass. Wow, harsh words. Mamma mia, harsh words. Come on now, hear me out. You almost had me blushing here. Anyway, before you put that stick back up there, tell me something. Am I still your only ally? Meow! Wow! You are. Of everyone in this mansion, I'm the only one? Oops, I scrolled past. Yes, if she would at least have a little more. The madam? I didn't actually intend to treat her like that. Believe me, Jacopo, I know. It's your secret bloodline technique. I mean, from a girl's perspective, what you did was pretty awful. But hey, I'm not a girl, according to you anyway. I will always be on your side, no matter what. God, I feel as though I'm being consoled. Hmm? That's what I'm going for. I should never have opened up to you. Hey, now's probably not the best time to bring this up, but I have a letter. A letter? Oh boy. Written by the madam, here. A letter from my wife. Let me see it. Senhor, senhor. He's reading. What the hell am I reading? I was considering keeping it a secret. I haven't seen it. But having seen it, I thought hiding it from you might only hurt you more, so I decided it was best to show you. Who is this? Who is this letter for? It's as if, but that can't. I love you? Who is she writing to? I don't know this man. Take a deep breath, Jacopo, and listen to me. The madam is having an affair. Maria? Maria? Why are you suddenly the worst? Why have you done this? What? That... So, alright. The house in Fata Morgana. So, no. No. Yeah, no. Maria's just lying? But why? Okay, well, quite the cliffhanger to leave it off on, but I don't know. Should I do one more scene? Someone tell me. Someone tell me if I should keep going or not. Ugh. Do whatever you want, crying Smiley. Not helpful. Alright. Little Miss Fatamoru herself. Little Miss Maid. Is the next scene really good? Will I be glad that I watched it? Boy, we got a lot of delay here, huh? Oh. Wow. Why is there so much delay right now? There's so very much delay. Ah. Alright, alright. I've been going for a little under 5 hours, and technically the schedule says that I would stream for 6 hours, so I'll do one more scene. I haven't changed a bit. If you seriously believe that, then I've got news for you, pal. Anyone who acts exactly the same as they did in the past is doing just that, acting. Yep, Maria sucks. Much like I do around you. Our friendship will never change. What is this face? What is this face? Well, she sucks. She's the worst. You love her? No. Verbad. Verbad. Ha! What a fucking joke. You picked the wrong girl to put your trust in. And they call you astute. Can you taste the fucking irony? Ah, rehinge your jaw, madam, please. Well, that just makes things easier for me. But my god, it's suffocating playing the good girl. That stupidly cheerful little ray of sunshine, Maria. Ugh, sickening. On the other hand, the payoff is fantastic. I can't stop. God, watching him lose control was incredible. I do appreciate the BGM. It's pretty good. My sides hurt just thinking about it. You're telling me she wrote this. Who else could have written it? It's in her handwriting. Why? Why must she continue to betray me? Has she not taken enough already? What else could she possibly want from me? I told her to stay away from my gatherings. I had the rose garden torn down, and yet still she finds other men. I warned her. I told her it wouldn't happen again, that if she betrayed me one more time, I'd kill her. Jacopo. Out of my way, Maria. I have to talk to her. Ask her what this letter's about. Who is this man? And depending on how she answers. Hold it, Jacopo. Calm down. Silence. How am I supposed to stay calm right now? Listen to me. Relax. You really tell me you hate Jacopo but love Maria right now? You really telling me that? Nuh-uh. You try to talk to her right now and you aren't going to get anywhere. You are just how frenzied you are, aren't you? Besides, do you think she's going to tell you the truth even if you do manage to ask? Of course not. She may look all prim and proper, but that's not the real her. I don't think she's a bad person, but... Not a bad person. The woman who wrote this letter to another man. She crossed the line. Do you hear me? I agree with you there. She's gone too far with this letter. But remember, she's your wife and the daughter of a noble. You know exactly what will happen if you lose control of yourself and do something to her. It's not going to look good for you. She may be nobility, but I have the Koska. I have my own way of taking care of these kinds of problems. Still, it's plain a day. It'll only make a bigger mess. No one else knows about this yet. Are you telling me to act like nothing's happening when she so blatantly disrespects me? Jacopo, could you let me take care of it? I'm friends with the madam, you know that. She'll listen to me. So I'll make sure it gets through to her. Just how much you care about her. I couldn't ask you. It would be disgraceful. There's nothing to be ashamed of. What did I tell you? I'm on your side, and you're on mine. We're in this together. You can ask me the things you couldn't ask others to do. I have tight lips. Anything you ask, I'll keep absolutely under wraps. Damn it. You're right. Yes, you're right. well aware that I always lose myself in her presence. If I try talking to her now, I probably will do something rash, yes. I'll probably. I'll make sure everything works out, got it? You and the madam can go back to the way things used to be, so you don't have to suffer anymore. I'll take care of it. I'm the only one who understands your pain, Peko. And I'm the only one who can help you out of it. Maria. Oh, don't make that face, Jacopino. Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Please, let her know. But even if she is seeing other men, and even if she does silently mock me for not being of noble blood, that I still love her. But I don't want to raise my hand against her. You love her? That's a riot. You're too busy chasing your stacks of paper. You don't have what it takes to truly love a woman. I will say though, I was surprised when you lost your head that badly. Quite the little crush you've got on her. On your wife. You could just sit down and talk to her like a rational human being, and presto, all your problems would be solved. But you can't even manage that, which is why you're in this predicament. Once you've convinced yourself of something, Jacopo, you never let go of it. Please, madam, your jaw needs to remain attached. Do not unhinge. And she's too timid to speak up for herself. Sorry, madam. I got nothing against you. I just didn't expect things to go quite this well. There's no stopping now. Not when I've got this much momentum. Also, watching pretty girls like you break down gives me goosebumps. You're still convinced I'm the only person you can trust? Boo! Boo. How did he react to the letter? Well, yeah, about that. Would he not take it? Oh no, he took it. Just, no, we love her. Nope. Nope. It's gonna take a lot of plot twists / character development for me to come around on this character. Nuh-uh. He took it. Just, don't feel too bad about this, madam. He said he's too busy with work, and tossed the letter aside. I told him to make sure he writes you a reply, but he hasn't gotten around to it is all. I see. I think hot women are allowed to be as evil as they want. Cool, you're free to think that. You're objectively wrong, but you may think that. That's a shame. Outnumbered? True, the only way I could be in the majority is if I banned both of you. It kills me to see you like this, madam. Oh, red? Red? Yep, it's red. Okay, it's back. Red has ended. Kills me to see you like this, madam. I don't get why he has to be so heartless. First of all, she's barely even hot, so there's that. Not even taking a little bit of time out of his day to read the letter you poured your soul into writing. It's unacceptable. I'm sure he really is busy. He did not throw it away, though, did he? I imagine he means to read through it when he has more time. Madam, after everything he's done to you, you still think he means well? I have faith. My timing was poor, that's all. I believe in him. I believe that the day will come when he gives his attention again, as he did before. Madam, so could I ask you to believe with me, Maria? To have faith that he will once more show me his love, and that mine will reach him? Something tells me that it will work out if you pray for it. Yeah, okay. You're fine with me praying. I'll pray. I'll get down on my knees for you, madam. I'll have faith. Thank you. I would like to write another letter. When it is complete, could I ask you to deliver it to him? I'll give him as many as you want. As many as it takes for you to get through to him. Ah. You really ought to learn not to be so trusting, madam. You're really just like... You're... This is the equivalent of like... Of like adopting a dog and then like beating it, but then like you try to like like beckon it to you like no, I'm sorry for everything, I didn't mean it. Wham! Get beat, dog. Ha! You should learn to trust me, you dog that I picked up. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. You know, she really is. She really is Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. And that's why she's super bottom tier. After this playthrough's over, I'm gonna make a character tier list. She's going right at the very bottom. She's going under Beast. I mean, Beast is just needlessly violent. Like, he doesn't even... Well, she'll be right next to Beast. So they're both going under JacoPo. You really ought to not to learn to be so trusting, madam. Take a real close look. JacoPo should be the bottomest tier. The more you fight it, the more high tier I'm gonna place him. You'll see exactly who it was that ground your happy little life into dust. Thank you, Maria. I'm the reincarnation of the Mother of God. Oh god, I can't hold back the laughter. Alright, so is she the one who's like convincing all the other maids to treat her rudely as well? Because like, you're really walking in on people kicking a puppy and offering it a snack and then like beating it again but pretending it wasn't you. Girls are just like that. No, shut up. Oh god, I can't hold back the laughter. This is a stage of my own creation. We didn't have enough actors, so the playwright had to take on a role. As to the excitement. Yes, this is all my masterpiece. Red again, huh? Okay, it's back. Yes, it's all my masterpiece. You're just ignorant puppets dancing to my tune. From the first shot to the last, blind to whose finger is sitting on the trigger. So is she like the master who's having her wish fulfilled and it's not JacoPo? Listen to me, JacoPo, and try to keep your head. I saw the madman meeting with another man behind your back. Or the madam, not the madman. You know the ark in the rose garden? The far side, out of sight from the mansion, making it a perfect place to hide. I saw her back there. From the looks of it, the madam is having her meetings with one of the men who comes to your business gatherings. They don't act like they're just friends. But just to be clear, I don't have any solid proof, so it'd be best if you didn't mention this to her yet. You wouldn't want to start throwing around accusations only to find out too late it was all a big misunderstanding. I'll get to the bottom of it, so you... I think the madam might have her eyes on several men. Being a woman, you know, I can tell these things. She's giving these suggestive looks. But to whom, I can't pinpoint. A lot of people come in and out of this house after all. What, you want to keep her from leaving her room? That might be for the best. With so much going so well, it makes me think even God's on my side. They could just talk it over with one another, but they won't, and They're in deeper and deeper shit for it. Madam, your jaw. Alright? I know you karmically, you really want to eat a big pile of shit, but please close your jaw, madam. It looks uncomfortable. You're the only one I can trust, Maria. And the timing that night, my god, it was perfect. Hey, Jacopo. Could just be misreading her, but something seems off about the madam. Like she's been on edge or something. I tried to egg her into revealing what's going on, and she let slip that she might be going out somewhere tonight. She's not going with you, is she? You were going out to survey a construction site today, right? Then I'd suggest you get that taken care of quickly. A dance at this time of night? Yep, and since it's so late, no loud music. All you get is little whistling courtesy of me. But this room is too small for... We'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? He would probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. After that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying the night elsewhere. I thought you would not be back until tomorrow. And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying the night elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you? No, what would I possibly want you out of the house for? I'm sure you know better than anyone. What? What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? I have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath. Red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the hell are you going? I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to dance. I mean, bringing the perfume only made things worse. No, you need not feel about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best interest at heart. She doesn't even suspect me in the slightest. And I was able to put that perfume to great use. Real talk, though, people don't evil monologue like this. This should all be an internal monologue, not spoken. It does not make sense for it to be spoken. That money-sucking leech Tommaso showed up at the perfect time, too. I'm pretty sure that's when Jacopo started acting violent. A jealous man is a wonderful thing, always imagining the worst and making matters worse for it. Wow, is that you, Tommaso? It's been so long. What brings you here?
Ooh, looky who it is. Little Miss Campanella. There's a surprise. Didn't expect to see you on this side of the Great Blue.
Oh, you know, I've been giving Jacopo a hand.
Huh, well, color me impressed. After what happened, I would have thought you'd want nothing to do with him.
That was between our parents. Jacopo didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, it would sure be nice if all you younger generation go through life with nothing to spark that kind of powder keg. But not that it's my place to talk.
No need to worry yourself about any of it. So what brings you here, Tommaso?
I'm a little, you know how it is. Having a little bit of trouble staying afloat.
Ah, I see. So you're here to beg for offerings? Pretty shameless, Tommaso.
No point in having shame if it ain't making money. Toss that out with the chamber pot. Hell, might even make things easier if you just quit being human altogether. Would not recommend.
We saw what Bestia did. Are you that hard for cash?
Unfortunately, numbers were supposed to go up, but for some reason, they ended up going down instead.
Yo! Stock market? Me too! That's a good summary of the entire stock market, actually. Might be best if you kicked the gambling habit. Oh, he's gambling, not stock market. Well, what's the difference, actually?
No, that's like telling me to go off myself.
Haha, I bet. So, say, Tommaso, maybe I could pitch in a bit too?
Oh, you mean it? That'd be a huge help.
There's seriously not a scrap of shame in you. However, in exchange, I'd like you to do something for me.
Someone whose face needs a visit from my fists? Depending on the number, I could also possibly cut him into chunks and toss him into the ocean. Oh, that's nice.
Whoa, keep it clean. I'm just gaslight gatekeep girl bossing. I don't want to murder anyone. Therefore, I'm completely forgivable and redeemable as a person. I'm not asking you to do anything like that.
What is it then? Something a lowlife like me can do?
It'll be easy. It's nothing bad either. You're going to talk to Jacopo, aren't you? Well, there's something I'd like you to tell him while you're at it. You know he's married, right? He can get pretty nasty with his wife, though.
That's so. Sounds like she's got it rough.
She does, and she's religiously devoted to him, too. I've been trying to nudge things in the right direction to get her back on good terms with him, but I haven't had much luck.
Ain't that something the two of them should work on, though?
Normally, yes, but it's reached a point where I can't bear to sit back and watch anymore. I don't like seeing the two of them in pain. I want to do something for them.
How noble. You're pretty devoted yourself, little lady.
Haha, I'm not that important. Or I'm not important right now. Just doing the right thing. But the thing is, Jacopo won't hear a word of it. I figured maybe you, being a man, might be able to get through to him a little better than me.
Doubt he'll listen to me either, to be honest.
Come on, you used to be really close, though. I doubt he hates you.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Anywho, talking something anyone can do. So what do you want me to tell him?
I need you to give him a bit of a scolding. Tell him that the madam came to you asking for advice, that she accidentally let slip that the way he treats her day to day causes her grief.
I've never met this wife of his before, you know?
It works even better that way. She's so downtrodden she can't talk to anyone about it, and she thought that maybe you, being family, might be able to help. She's never met you, but she still latched onto that ray of hope. And I'm sure when Jacopo found out she brought it up with family, well, no, we can't keep mistreating her. Things like this, they hit home harder when they come from someone on the outside.
You make a decent point. Just remember, little lady, all I can do is bring it up with them. Can't guarantee it'll change nothing.
That's all I need you to do. Thanks a bunch, Tommaso. Alright, one more thing. This is some perfume that's grown quite popular recently. Ask him to give it to the madam as a gift. If he won't take it, you keep it. Give it to another woman. Sell it, whatever you want.
Perfume, eh? Very thoughtful of you. Women do like getting gifts like that.
Yes, we do. If Big Bad Jacopo gives her some of that, they'll be lovebirds again before you know it. I'm sure of it. Late night streams! That's right, Scythe. I should be done soon, though.
Never thought the day'd come when I got to play Cupid. I'm starting to get kind of excited about this.
Stay focused, Tommaso, and thanks. Also, you didn't hear any of this from me. I'm fine just pulling the strings from the shadows. That you are, you freaking piece of pizza pie. She's making me want to say lots of curse words. But I will not. You're good at keeping you awake? Do you need to be awake? Are you like working on a project to the side? Their relationship's in complete shambles. And Jacopo still insists he fucking loves her. And the madman says she still believes in him. The madam, not madman. Haha, seriously, how stupid can you be? Poor Jacopo. Poor madam. Okay, but in order to not just be literally the worst ever of all time, you need to, Maria, you need to tell me your motivation right now, or else you're just an irredeemable psychopath. So you need to tell me. It's your project, or your member of the family? Ah, I see. Now then, let's see where this boulder rolls next. And how far it keeps rolling. Naturally, I will be nudging it along the way. Because after all, a play lives and dies by its director's hands. JacoPo is still worse even at this point. Nah-uh. No. Nuh-uh. Like, not that he's great by any stretch, but... Ugh. No way. Oh wow, they pointed at each other's sentence because they agree. That makes them correct. Play lives or dies by the director's hands. So is everyone secretly evil? I don't believe the white-haired girl is evil. And the maid is probably not evil? Probably. He beats his wife and he's racist. But everyone was racist back then. Nah, the wife beating is bad. Okay, so you say he beats his wife, therefore he's bad, but the girl that's like, aha, I tricked him into beating his wife, muhaha, cackling in the background, she's not bad? You serious? You can't be serious. But actual real talk though, reading a lot of this, it's dredging up certain emotions in me that I really, they're not great. Not fond of manipulators, and she's kind of reminding me of some other people that I may have known. So yeah, I actually am getting extremely mad on the inside at most of her lines, but I'm doing my best to hide it. But I physically, I'm feeling my anger in my chest. Everyone was racist back then, like that's an excuse. Whatever. Do. Oh, is that the end of the scene? The house in Fata Morgana. Where he has some issues, but JacoPo still beats his wife. Yeah, you just keep saying that over and over, and eventually you'll be right, probably. We're back in the present. I'll read a little bit. Master, are you shocked? Or do you instead lament this development? I was deeply sorrowful. Though to a lesser degree about Maria's true intentions, and more my shameful inability to recognize her machinations. At the time, I too believed Maria was the white-haired girl's one and only ally. It was not until everything had drawn to a close that I discovered the truth. Then, I now know how the tale ends, you say? Yes, that is correct. Well aware that this was not the case, I told you the story in a way that suggested she was on the white-haired girl's side. I thought the mansion was telling me the story. Oh my, I wonder if that constitutes lying to you, Master. Yeah, it's called a lie of omission. Look it up. I merely wanted to present events to you in order, starting from the beginning when Maria's ill intentions were still veiled in shadow. Alright, so why did you decide to unveil now instead of when you found out? I want you to know the same feeling of consternation. Consternation? Feelings of anxiety or dismay, typically at something unexpected. Interesting. One more scene. The white-haired girl continued to write letter after letter. I feel like if I end now, God, this next thing's probably not going to be any better. But if I end right now, I'm probably going to continue to be upset for like the next week. So maybe something slightly better will happen in this scene. I don't know. I know you're not believing me. You think I'm pulling your leg when I say that reading her dialogue there has really upset me on the inside, but it has. I physically feel it. It's all downhill from here. Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah. But at least, like, the process of it going downhill is like, well, I have a feeling how this is going. Instead of... Okay, the part that bothers me is the manipulation, and I feel like we're past that. Like, yeah, things are gonna get worse. But, I won't have to read Miss Evil Bitch's dialogue in such a way, I don't think. So, I'll probably feel better after this. They were all addressed to her dear husband, detailing her ever-persistent love for him, and her desire for their relationship to return to what it had once been. My beloved, I'm sure your hands are quite full right now. But that is fine. It does not change my love for you. Do you remember the day we went out together? That was perhaps the most wonderful day in my life. Oh, also Evie and Alex and Global Helm. From when we read that scene before of their date way back when, and you're saying like, why did she even like him back then? He was still just a massive, massive dick. It's like, no, he was decently nice in it. Like, yeah, it's still like tsundere energy, but it's like you can see how someone would like that character. So shut up. Punch you. I had a truly incredible time. I still treasure the gift you gave to me, for it is the one and only present I have received from you. If I was on a date with someone and they berated a waiter, I would get up and leave. Yeah, that's true. But it's still like... You know, I'm not going to argue about this. You can think whatever you want. That reminds me, Maria tried to teach me how to dance. You got Stockholm Syndrome? True, she might have Stockholm. That I will ever progress beyond being laughably bad, though. It would be nice if someday you and I could dance together. Perhaps when you have a little respite from work, we could go out again, maybe take a carriage somewhere a little farther away. And we could dine at a restaurant more to your liking. Although I think the cuisine at the other restaurant was exquisite, personally. Do I perhaps have an unrefined palate? Maria altered the letters before delivering them, however. She changed the addressee from Jacopo to another man. She would cut away the top message with Jacopo's name on it, and in the space below write a different name. She could not have mimicked Wose's handwriting for the full length of the letter, but Maria could make a single name look adequately similar. And it would, after all, be quite difficult to notice minor discrepancies in such a small quantity of text. So, like, I've seen this picture before. Oh, I remember the meme. I remember the text that was pasted over this picture. Oh, it's funny. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like, whatever, if Maria's like, I serve the family and I will destroy the heir of the Berzati, and like she wants to screw up Jacopo, like, whatever, mwahaha, evil, fine. Why you gotta bring White Hair Girl into it? Huh? Like, it's just evil for evil's sake. Collateral. You're collateral. Again, another letter. Why does she keep writing these? To Jacopo's eyes, the modified letters looked like professions of love for another man. The more she inscribed her feelings for Jacopo, the greater the turmoil grew within his heart. even though her love was directed towards him. I can't believe what I'm reading. A restaurant more to your liking? I knew it. You have been going out with other men, all the while pretending to be chaste in my presence. I still treasure the gift you gave me, God's sake. You have to be fucking kidding me. Yeah. But I've ensured she can't leave that room. She'll never see this man again. In time she'll let go. And so will he. Listen to me, resigning myself to hope that everything will fix itself. How did I end up like this? Such a pitiful man I've become. On the surface, Maria acted quite heartbroken at the sight of their suffering. But when she returned to her room, the walls echoed with her cackles. She derived a great deal of entertainment from their squirming. Psychopath. The more they writhed in anguish, the deeper her satisfaction grew. And both the white-haired girl and Jacopo continued to place their confidence in Maria, the one responsible for everything. The white-haired girl had never... I keep not doing it. Woes had never possessed a sense of distrust, and so she took everything Maria said as truth, continuing in her agony to write Jacopo letters. Maria's over here like, I taught her friendship wrong. On purpose, as a joke. Letter after letter after letter. My beloved, are you still tied up with your work? It has been some time since we last saw one another, so I know not what you've been doing as of late. I only hope you remain in good health. I would, if possible, prefer to tell you everything in person, but I do not have the courage, so these letters are my only options. Granted, Jacopo does suck because his response to like, oh, she's cheating on me, instead of being like, well, I have been ignoring her, let me spend time with her, let's rekindle. His response is, well, I'm gonna shut her up in a shed and never look at her again. That'll make her love me. Like, Jacopo's definitely, like, a degree of insane. But, and he's not without blame. He's definitely a bastard. But Maria's way worse. Way worse. Way, way worse. Before you say anything, Evie, you can't just put boobs on something and make it a good character. He gets worse. That's probably true. I can't imagine Maria getting worse, though. She's kind of like the worst kind of scum I can ever imagine. You know, short of being a serial killer like Bestia. Maria gets better. Sure, she does. I would, if possible, prefer to tell you everything in person, but I do not have the courage, so these letters are my only option. Am I adequately expressing my feelings, my love for you? If you have the time, I would appreciate a response. You're never gonna get a response, though. Not as long as I'm intercepting. Okay, the irony here is pretty funny. But I'm allowed to laugh at it, because I'm not the one who caused it. There's no way I'm allowing these, or your love to get to him. I could just stop reading them. It would certainly make things easier. But if I don't, my imagination will run wild. Fantasizing about her writing to this other man, and what she might be putting in her correspondence. I'd be better off knowing the truth than torturing myself with fantasy. It's the better option. Jacopo accepted every letter Maria delivered without fail. He would merely nod as he accepted it, his face contorted with discomfort, and then pore over the text while he was alone. I assume he did not want her to see his heart sinking into darkness. Had he put his... Read again!
Okay, it's green.
Had he put his trust in his wife rather than Maria, who would have almost certainly been able to realize the letters were directed at him despite the altered recipient's name. Everything she wrote about concerned him, after all. How could someone who had lived such an isolated life as her have so many identical experiences with two distinct men? Why could he not find it in himself to trust her? Perhaps doubting her was simply easier. If you're in his position, would you trust her? Would you maintain faith in her, the woman who had waited so long? Would you believe the feelings she professed? Would you believe the feelings she professed to you were genuine? I'm waiting for it goes back to that flashback when they were kids, and Maria like leaves the country, but then like a year later she comes back and just like kills the dog, just because she's evil. No other reason. That dog's gonna die. The dog's gonna get murdered, and it'll happen in a flashback scene. I promise. She continued writing letters day after day, week after week, without hiatus. She had, by and large, run out of things to say. That did not put an end to her letter writing. She simply repeated what she had written before. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't really have anything else to do. She has a blank room, and she gets 3 meals a day, and that's all there is. Nevertheless, they did not see one another in person. The white-haired girl, woes forbidden from leaving her shed, could only wait for her husband to pay her a visit. My beloved, there is still a little bit of fog out today. Weather like this reminds me of my home country. I was born on an island perpetually covered in a thick fog. I'm not saying I would like to return, but thinking about it does make me feel rather homesick. Does that happen to you? That reminds me, aside from that one time, you have not told me much of your homeland. It would be nice if we could pay it a visit together sometime. Speaking of which, before I left, an exhibition of some sort was held there. I was unable to attend. Perhaps you had the chance when it was near you? I imagine you would have, with your interest in new technology. Next time you have the chance, I would enjoy hearing what they had on display. An exhibition. Ah, that's right. There was one. It was a year ago. So now, okay, Jacopo. It's so clearly about you. Please. Got quite a bit of attention, since it was supposed to have been held in Paris. I was busy preparing for our wedding. I had no time to attend the exhibition. And while I was doing that, giving you, a woman I have never met before, my full attention, you are giving yours to a different man. Has this been going on for that long? To be fair, you did have an arranged marriage. So, had he simply stepped up and taken actions, he could have put an end to the stream of letters, each of which gave rise to further misunderstandings. He needed merely ask the white-haired girl, Woes, in person, to whom the letters were addressed, whether they were described, what they were described were true, and the twisted threads of his confusion would have been unraveled. But he made no such effort, relying instead on Maria to serve as his intermediary. I feel as though I have now, at long last, come to understand just what kind of man Jacopo was. While he had a great deal of pride in his capabilities, he had far less confidence in himself as a person. I feel that. If he'd had faith in himself, perhaps he could have put faith in his wife as well. Had his pride not been so twisted, perhaps he would have not been so afraid of being hurt. Indeed, he was afraid. Afraid of being rejected by her. Afraid to face a reality where his beloved partner scorned him. Where the woman he loved laughed at him disdainfully. Where she and countless others mocked him. The thoughts of it paralyzed him. Streamers say sheesh? Sheesh! Sheesh, this Jacopo, sheesh! The environment in which he had been raised played a significant part of his state of mind, I expect. Occasionally, the name of the letter would change. Maria was making the white-haired girl out to be having affairs with multiple other men. God, you know, I'm past it now. Maria's just comically evil. She's just haha funny evil. Like, this isn't even a human. She could never do any such thing, of course. But Jacopo, thinking Maria to be his ally, believed everything she said. If I could figure out who this man is and where he resides, I could make him tell me every last detail about his relations with my wife. But what if that information went public as the result? If news of her identity spread and were to reach the Costco, I'd start rotating. If I was Maria, I'd put Jacopo's dad's name on the letters. That was pretty funny.
The fate of the Bersatis is in your hands, son. There's a limit to what we can accomplish on this tiny island. If we don't turn our attention outwards, we will wither away and die. And not just this family. The whole land will find itself famished and emancipated. Or emaciated, not emancipated. Emancipated, defenseless against invasions as we waste away. I won't stand by and watch my homeland crumble. I'm sorry all my dad voices are the same, but it's how it's going to be. Sure, our methods may be crude and not always worthy of praise, but they produce undeniable results. The unfortunate thing is, the previous Capofamiglia was incredibly reticent, man? Reticent. Reticent, not revealing one's thoughts or feelings readily. Yo! I'm kind of reticent sometimes. It took all he had to merely preserve his small chunk of the world. But I'm not like that, and neither are you. The most I can do is lay the foundation, to make it easier for you to work. Which means everything rests on your shoulders. Both the future of the Berzati family, and the future of this country. It all falls on you. The marriage is happening too quickly. It would be madness not to hurry given the circumstances. You should be well aware of that. We need the Berzati name climbing the social ladder in short order, or we're going to have everything ripped out from under us. So, So door 2 ended with, like, everyone dying. Everyone died, except for Bestia, I guess. But I can tell... I know Jacopo's not going to die, because there's a spin-off about him. I mean, I guess maybe that spin-off could happen, like, before he died. Like, it's before he got married to White-Haired Girl or something. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure Jacopo's not gonna die. Jacopo's not gonna die. If the woman isn't to your liking, you can find another one. That is. She's only going to be your wife in name. But listen to me, son. You must not allow her to fool around. What are the most vital things to have in our society? Money? Power? Yes, those are important. What matters most is respect. No one's going to follow a capofamiglia they can't respect. They'll try to undermine your authority. Once someone deems you weaker than them, courtesy goes out the window, and that's a judgment that's near impossible to overturn. Betrayal spreads like fire through a forest, and once the flame's lit, the both of us come crashing down. You must not let anyone look down on you. You must not let anyone think you're the kind of man a woman can walk all over. If, by any chance, your fiancé is ever unfaithful to you, build a shed in the garden that you tore down and lock her inside. Kill her before anyone finds out. Your place is above others. Climb to the top. Never be content with someone above you. Never forget the weight you carry over your shoulders. This is your responsibility.
The fate of the Berzati is in your hands. The fate of the Berzati is in your hands. Kill anyone who stands in your way. Aim for the top. Poverty is the root of all evil. Seize the country. Respect authority. Pride. Flaunt something. Aim for the stars. I must keep intercepting her ladders. I must keep locking her up. Alright, so a little bit of plus points for Jacopo. He wants to be a good person, but he had a really screwed up upbringing. I mean, he has mafia upbringing. So, and like he was told, like right now, if he did what his father said, then she would just be dead. He fully believes that she's cheating, so she would be dead, but he doesn't want to. Maria too, though? Alright, well, show me her messed up upbringing, and then I'll have a little bit of sympathy for her. Alright, but I haven't seen it yet, so far she's just bitchy evil, okay? Manipulative bitchy evil. So that's the worst kind. I still have work to do. I cannot allow anyone to learn about how she's disgraced me. I point to the rest of her door, then I point to her tits. Yeah, you can point wherever you want, Evie. It's not going to make me think you're making a good point, though. Kill her. That's how my old man says to handle it. That's the last resort. It's not. Not yet. Ah. God damn it. It's downright wrong for me to even be having these feelings for someone. Fuck. Master, your carriage is waiting outside. How are you coming along? Coming along? Oh, that's right. I had an inspection scheduled today. I'll be right out. Have him wait. Inspection of what? Is something the matter, Master? You look a little hazy. I'm fine. If you're not feeling well, you should stay. I said I'm fine! It's not your job to try and infer my condition. Yes, sir. Damn it. Keep it under wraps. Act like normal. You can at least do that much, damn you. Take care on your trip, Master. Alright, so the beating his wife, definitely a bad thing, but I'm kind of understanding why Jacopo is the way he is, and that he's trying his best to not be the worst. But again, oh, bad things, he gets worse. He's gonna get worse. Don't you dare start sympathizing with him. Well, it's red. Are we breaking? Are we breaking? Okay, it's done breaking. Maybe. The delay's getting bigger and bigger, though. It's not the usual coachman. I also feel like I've seen him somewhere. Your fault. What? That's we. Hey, speak up. Uh-oh. Die, JacoPWNT. Nani? Gurg. Master, there's a knife in your stomach. You should do something about that. Oh God, someone, anyone. Silence. Don't make a scene. Call a doctor. Yes, sir. Now I remember where I've seen him before. That's right. He put his factory out of business. I needed it out of the picture to expand my own business. I guess he held a grudge about that. I should have been more careful. Blood flows with a surprising abundance from a stab wound. Ha. It's not stopping either. Son of a bitch. The world is going right. Come on now. You have to be kidding. Hey, do you think that people with heavy accents, do they like think? I mean, they probably think in their own language, but like, if they're thinking in their foreign language that they're speaking with an accent, do they think with the accent or do they think without an accent? These are important questions. I know very well what kind of man you are. You wouldn't hesitate to lead a blind man off a cliff if it furthered your own goals. You make money off others' lives. You stand upon a mountain of corpses, cackling at everyone below you. For a man like you, love comes as naturally as flying. Guess what? You don't have any emotions. And you never have. You've always been this way. Is this Jacopo talking to himself? I think this is Jacopo. But unless it confirms that it is, I'll just read it without the accent. My childhood was day after day of mockery. You're just a bunch of nobodies trying to pretend your name means anything, they would say, sneering and glaring. Maria treated me as an equal. This is Jacopo. But she was the only one. I wanted to show them up. And to do that, I had to rise to the top. Or at least high enough that I could laugh at them. Nobody's able to recognize their own accent. It's really only others that can recognize it, so the only way to know if someone is thinking an accent would somehow read their thoughts. No, you can know that you have an accent. You absolutely can. That's just simply untrue, Global Helm. At least high enough that I could laugh at them. My old man wasn't the only one who wanted that. I did too. It's just like, if you're talking about like a North American accent versus like a British accent, like, they don't consider themselves to have an accent, but they can still, like, you know, they know what their accent sounds like, but they just consider it normal. But if you're like learning a foreign language, like, you will know if you have an accent. British people don't think. True. I had to make them acknowledge that I had value as a man who actually wants to go through life being laughed at. I had to make them recognize that what I did had value. And I needed neither love nor compassion to do it. Or that's what I thought. In the beginning, I only ever intended to use that woman. I simply needed her to build a name for myself. When she served her purpose, I could simply cast her aside. That's what I thought. Or rather, that's what I endeavored to make myself think. But deep down, I felt bad for her. I pitied this woman who was being made to marry a man she had never even met before. I'm sure what she really wanted was to have a regular marriage with someone she loved. But because her family wanted to cling to their name, she wasn't afforded that opportunity. I wanted to do something for her. I didn't have anything grand. I genuinely wanted that. The day of our wedding was when I first saw her. Her face, partially obscured behind the veil, was gorgeous. And crucially, she was smiling at me. That's all it takes, huh? I had expected to find only gloom and dependency in her eyes. But instead, she smiled. The moment I saw that smile, I wanted it to be a permanent part of my life. Permanent party member, woo! I truly did want to ensure she always had a smile on her face. Nah. Is this my room? I'm alive. Damn it. Ugh, I feel nauseous. What time is it? The world's a blur. So hot. You mustn't get up. Oh. The doctor said bacteria entered your body through the wound. Because of that, you have a very high fever. What are you doing here? I was told you had been badly wounded, but thankfully it was not fatal. How did you make it out of... Pardon? Oh, I see. Maria opened it. Would you like some medicine to reduce the fever? It should help you feel better. Yes. No. Stay by my side for a little longer. Is there anything I can do for you? You can ask me anything. My hand. Your hand? Could you hold my hand? If you don't want to, that's fine. Like this? Your hand is quite cold. Probably feels that way because of your fever. Ah. So, yes? I've done some regrettable things to you. Please forgive me. To tell you the truth, from the moment I first saw you, I felt like you were what I've been searching for my whole life. Laugh if you'd like. I felt like I had finally found you. Does this not warrant a CG? Does this not warrant a picture of like him laying in her lap or whatever is happening? This deserves a picture, not just a background. I felt like I had finally found you, but I couldn't act around you the way I honestly felt. God, I'm gonna be so upset when they reveal that it's not actually white hair girl there, but it's instead Maria, like, dressing up as her and, like, trying to speak as her. I'm gonna be mad. Couldn't act around you the way I honestly felt. You should get some sleep. Could you keep holding my hand until I fall asleep? If you don't want to, that's fine. My hand is yours. Thank you. Oh, it was the maid. But he just thought it was white hair girl. I see. You appear to be quite delirious, master. Those are things you should be telling your wife, not me. Okay. Could be worse. Could be worse. It was all a dream. Of course it was. It wouldn't be that easy. And she would never come to my room. She's involved with other men. Jacopo, may I come in? I have evil, I have another letter that's not forged at all. The house in Fata Morgana. Well... Rose's persistent letters did not improve anything, but simply stoked the flames of misunderstanding. Stoke this. Get stoked on. Oh, I should probably close the game. Clashing music. How do I... No. I want out. Let me out. Let me out of the game. It's making noise. Bad noises. Bad. Well, Wait. There we go. Well, thank you for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for the raid, Evie. Appreciate it. Thanks to those of you for chatting. Chatting is always appreciated. It makes things lively, and it, you know, it makes algorithms say, "Hey, people like this stream. Let me suggest it to more people." I always get my viewer count always bumps up when people are chatting, so always, you know, not just for me, you know, for any live streamer you're watching. If they don't have an active chat, then you should endeavor to make it one. You know. Yeah. Anyway, I still like this. I still like the game. I just really don't like Maria. Very super mega bottom tier. But I think I made it through enough scene that wasn't her actively just being wahaha, look at how I tricked people the whole time. My feelings aren't quite so mixed up, turned upside down inside of my chest. You don't care. Alright, Super Mario 3D World finale tomorrow. And then after that, I'm gonna start a new game. I'm not gonna reveal what it is quite yet, because it might change. But I'm really excited, because I've been meaning to start this game since basically I started streaming. So it's been about 5 months. Yeah. Anyway, until next time, my peeps. Ferret out! Wait, wrong button.